stand in session. Items 1 through 6 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk.
Your Honor, before I begin, I would just like to acknowledge that council members Fimbres, Dahl, and Lee are appearing virtually and are present. Item 1 is an executive session, Goodman versus City of Tucson, notice of claim numbers 26860 and 26861, Pima County Superior Court, case number 2019-4826, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-43103 A3, A4, and A7. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session, Onyemekeiha, City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court, case number C 2021-0809, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-43103 A3 and A4. And the third executive session is noticed as item 5, executive session, discussion of the City of Tucson cybersecurity and critical infrastructure posture, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431 A3 and A9.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. We will be back in about 45 minutes. Back into study session, please. There's a
So moved.
motion and a second. A few motions in a few seconds. Any discussion?
Little glass.
If there's no request for discussion, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with respect to the Goodman v. City of Tucson matter, I would ask for a motion that authorizes and directs the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Is there a motion? There's a motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with respect to the Onyemekeiha versus City of Tucson, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this matter for the amount of $37,150.
Can I have a motion?
Moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes. And finally, what is the council's pleasure for item 6?
And finally, Mayor, I would just ask for a motion authorizing and directing the city manager to proceed as discussed in executive session.
There's a motion.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, motion passes. Before we move on to item 7, I'd like to skip item 7 and move directly into item 8. There are a few speakers here wanting to present to Mayor and Council about Juneteenth, so we will move on to item 8, if that's okay, Ms. Clerk. Time has been set aside for a discussion to discuss and consider whether to establish a Juneteenth as a city holiday. Before I move this item to the hands of those that requested the item, including Councilmember Fimbres, I just wanted to open by saying that now more than ever, we must take each opportunity to highlight and celebrate the rich histories of our communities and cultures across our country. Juneteenth is rooted in celebration and joy. It is celebrating a moment of liberation and emancipation for the Black community. Much as I fought for a Cesar Chavez holiday in order to recognize the important work of significant figures in the Mexican-American history, the labor movement, and American history as a whole, it is important to recognize Juneteenth. The history of Juneteenth is not widely known or taught in schools. This is an important step for the city of Tucson to take, and so I'm really happy that we're here today about to have a discussion of a possibility of creating a holiday on Juneteenth. I want to recognize that as soon as a federal holiday was passed this past year, my colleagues on the council, including Councilmember Nikki Lee and Councilmember or Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, myself, Councilmember Fimbres, we all jumped at the opportunity of having this discussion, but we felt it was important to be able to bring along the community and have the community help lead on this discussion. And so thanks to Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Dahl and Councilmember Kozacek that requested this item today, we have the opportunity to make history in the city of Tucson and the possibility of moving into a holiday. So with that, I'd like to hand over the time to my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, that will invite Pastor Grady Scott, Larry Starks, and Ron Burton to come up and speak. So Councilmember Fimbres.
Hey, Madam Mayor. Hey, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
June 17, 2020, Juneteenth was recognized as a federal holiday with President Joe Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law after the efforts of Briggs, Galloway, Richard Dubois, Popa Lee, and others. I thank President Biden for signing this legislation, making this important day in our history, and thank all those who worked for this. Originating in Galveston, the holiday has since been observed annually in various parts of the United States, but often broadly celebrating African American culture. We did consider the longest running African American holiday. We call America's second Independence Day. It's celebrated the third Sunday of June. Our city has led the Arizona enacting civil rights measures supporting the King holiday, honoring the work legacy of Dr. King. Tucson supported the MLK March festival held on Juneteenth. And Tucson was the first city to have a voter-approved park measure created the Buffalo Soldier Memorial at Quincy Douglas Park. Tucson has been the city to recognize the work of those fighting for human rights, such as the city having the holiday for Senator Chavez, then one in Arizona to do so. The time for Tucson to formally recognize Juneteenth, America's second Independence Day, and honor the American community. And thank my colleagues, Councilmember Kosacic and Gal for sending it to the here comes. It's going to propose it further. Madam Mayor, there are so many members of the African American in the audience today for this important item. Let my Councilman Kosacic and Dahl say a few words, remarks before, and then we need to pass a great Scott, Sherry, and then Mary starts. And Mayor Kevin, Steve, speak up.
I'd like to open it up to see if Councilmember Kosacic wanted to add something, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Sure, I'll just be real brief because I'm interested in hearing from our guests. And thank you for coming, carving out time in the middle of the day for this. So here we go again, Tucson leading the rest of the state. Last June, President Biden made Juneteenth a federal holiday, and now 24 states in the District of Columbia have joined. Not surprisingly, Arizona is not one of those. I predict that it will be, though. We've seen this show before, back in 1990. Arizona's voted against the Martin Luther King holiday. Concerts boycotted, the Super Bowl was pulled, and son of a gun, 2 years later, the voters supported it. So I think that Tucson is, again, going to be setting the tone for the rest of the state. In adopting this, the only concern that I have, and I'm interested in our colleagues' discussion, is our material says that June 19th should be designated as the date. In 2022, June 19th fell on a Sunday. And so I would suggest that instead of that, we adopt the third Monday in June as the designated holiday. But with that, I'm interested in hearing from Councilmember Dahl and then our guests.
I'll be short as well. Many thanks to our speakers today and to all in the community who have worked actively to create this holiday. And a special big thanks to my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, for his strong leadership and, determination to bring this along. I'm glad to be supporting this effort. Thank you.
And Councilmember Fimbres, I just wanted to see if you wanted to introduce the speakers or if we should.
I see Grady Scott. Introduce him first. Pastor Scott, and
Pastor Scott, if you want to come up, if you'd like to take the second mic, which is a little bit taller, and grace us with your feedback.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak a little bit about Juneteenth on this occasion. I have here with me this afternoon Mr. Ron Burton and Mr. Larry Starks. And we've been instructed that we have a couple of minutes, which is difficult for a preacher, but we'll do it. And so I would like to call them up and then hear from them, and then we'll closing remarks.
So y'all want me to go first? Madam Mayor, you know I haven't done anything in 2 minutes in my life. It takes me that long to put my shoes on, and they slip on. So anyway, I want to talk a little bit about Juneteenth. My name is Ron Burton. I'm a retired administrator for the Parks and Recreation Department, an administrator/superintendent for 43 years. I've worked with most of the council members and the city manager and everything, but I'm gonna cut that short because I got 2 minutes. So a year after Juneteenth became a federal holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the United States, most states still have yet to enact Juneteenth as a legal holiday. More than a year after President Biden, and y'all mentioned that, signed the holiday into federal law on June 17th in 2021, only a handful of states had Juneteenth holidays with paid time off for state employees. It's time for us to do something about this, y'all. Those states were Illinois, Indiana, Maine, Massachusetts, New York, Oregon, Texas, Virginia, and Washington. But since then, at least another 8 states in the past year have elevated Juneteenth to become a paid state holiday. That's Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Georgia, Maryland, Nebraska, Ohio, and South Dakota. Zones celebrating the Black community as Freedom Day, Independence Day, or Emancipation Day, Juneteenth is a time for get-togethers, picnics, concerts, and reflections. Establishing federal and state legal Juneteenth holiday guarantees attention to be paid to the painful United States history that is still unknown by many Americans, as an annual assessment of racism in society today, and celebration of the Black culture and history and achievement. Oregon Democratic State Senator Lou Frederick said it's an issue of respect. And he was the guy that carried the Juneteenth bill to the state legislature where they unanimously passed it, as he spoke about this in an interview. We need to understand what our history is all about and move on from there. It will increase our awareness of other issues associated with the history of racism in this country. Now, I knew I wasn't going to have but 2 minutes, so I prepared some documents for you guys because, you know, as an old employee, I know y'all like to see stuff. So I prepared a fact sheet for you guys, but on this fact sheet, this is a real important document because I've done a lot of work that you guys will probably be doing. I just want to read it real fast. It talks about the introduction of Juneteenth, and I didn't get into the history part, but it talks about the history. And the main part it talks about is the legislation that has already been done. The first known official movement to make Juneteenth a federal holiday began in 1994. And the first congressional resolution recognizing Juneteenth as Independence Day was introduced in the 105th Congress in 1997. The Senate and House of Representatives have then since introduced these recent resolutions recognizing Juneteenth annually. And what I've done is I put down all the resolutions and the resolution numbers that was passed by the 117th, the 116th, the 115th, the 114th Congress. And that was on the Senate side. And then I put down all the resolutions that was passed by the House, the 117th Congress, 116th, 115th, 113th, and 114th. And it's just, a lot of that work's been done already is what I'm trying to say. And I know you guys are busy and everything, but we could do a lot in a little bit amount of time. And I've spelled it all out to you, and I got a package that I'm gonna give you guys so you guys can kind of look through this thing real fast. And it's time, y'all, it's time. So,
Thank you, Ron. Thank you so much. And Ron, when I said 2 minutes, that's like a elected official 2 minutes, which really means about 5.
I know, but I got Pastor Scott coming up after me, and he's gonna close 3 times. Out of respect.
Thank you, my friend.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. Really
It's nice seeing
appreciate it.
everybody, and I'm sorry, I didn't do it right. I should have said, Madam Mayor, the council, and the staff, thank you for allowing me to have this, but I should have said, thank you in the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ron. Larry?
Okay.
I'll learn from my elders, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here today. I know my 2 minutes, I'm not a pastor or elected official, but as the current board president of the Juneteenth Festival, this is our 52nd year here in Tucson. We started in 1970 in a small park on the west side of town, and we've grown substantially since those years. Last year was the first time in a long time that we had our festival back at Kennedy Park, a very successful festival at Kennedy Park last year with over 1,200 people coming to enjoy what we did. So what I wanted to do is just tell you how we can move forward and what this festival does for us and the holiday does for us moving forward. It gives us the opportunity as Tucson to include diversity, equity, inclusion in our city. So what I've done is just listed some of the things in this last year, how we've partnered with certain people in the community. Goodwill, Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse, Boys to Men Mentoring. We had a call to action for men of color to have intergenerational masculinity groups. Tucson Urban League, the Tucson Police Department, who now have committee members on our Juneteenth board. The Dunbar Pavilion, the NAACP, One Arizona Credit Union, the University of Arizona, which is one of our main sponsors for last year, TEP, Kings of Cooking, Buffalo Soldiers, TUSD. I was just on a call this morning that I was invited to by the American Red Cross to help have a conversation about sickle cell awareness. Not just about sickle cell awareness, but how we as Juneteenth can put in the community about how we can move the donations for our people in the African American community to donate blood more to help with sickle cell. Also, we had the National Pan-Atlantic Council. We're partnering with the African American Museum. I was asked by Ms. Viner to be a part of the Festival of Books this year to help diversify the Festival of Books so that they have more African American and people of color to join the festival. We actually now going to have a booth. This is the first time we've ever had a booth at the Festival of Books. We're also working with Amazon, Pima College, Gap Ministries. Lost Family has agreed to be one of our sponsors for this year. First time ever that they've done that. Again, what I'm looking at for Juneteenth is a way to diversify Tucson. It's not just a holiday for Blacks, and not just a holiday for African Americans. Our festival last year included every diverse population that there is. What you will do in enacting the holidays is start the conversations, because a lot of our kids and a lot of people don't know what Juneteenth is about. You'll understand what Galveston, Texas is. You'll understand how important it was about, General Granger coming across and freeing 250,000 people that were held captive for over 2 years. And that will start the conversations for people in elementary, high school, colleges all across Tucson to start that conversation. And that's what I'm happy about. And to answer your question about the date itself, we have a roving holiday with MLK Day. I would like to see Juneteenth be that day. And that, because that's what the day they were free, that's the day they celebrated, that's the day they enjoyed. So that is my recommendation, is that we have it that day specifically. Thank you.
Larry. Thank you. And Pastor Scott.
Madam Mayor, members of the Tucson City Council, my name is Grady Scott. I reside in Ward 2. Paul Cunningham is my representative, and I pastor the Grace Temple Baptist Church, which is in Ward 5, with Council Member Richard Fimbres. I'm writing to ask you to, or today I'm standing to ask you to designate Juneteenth as an officially recognized holiday in the city of Tucson. And I know that you're aware of how important this day is for the African American community, but for Tucson in general. President Biden designated Juneteenth as a national holiday in 2021, and I believe Pima County has also made this designation. The book of Joshua, the 4th chapter, beginning at the 4th verse, Joshua called the 12 people together, men he had chosen, one from each tribe of Israel. And he told them, go to the middle of the Jordan in front of the ark of the Lord your God. Each of you must pick up a stone and carry it on your shoulder, 12 stones in all, one for each of the 12 tribes. We will use these stones to build a memorial in the future. Your children will ask, what do these stones mean? Then you can tell them. They remind us that the Jordan River stopped flowing when the Ark of the Lord's covenant went across. These stones will stand as a memorial among the people forever. By designating Juneteenth as an official holiday, it'll become like the other holidays, President's Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day, and Independence Day, as a way of beginning a dialogue about how this great nation moved from forced slavery to freedom for people of African descent. When Tucson's children ask, why don't we have city services today? That parent will have to tell them, because we're celebrating Juneteenth, a day when African Americans found out they had been liberated from slavery. While we have yet to achieve Dr. King's dream of an America where all men are judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, we've made great progress in that direction. And recognizing Juneteenth in the city of Tucson is another step in that great direction. So I want to thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank you, members of the City Council, for entertaining the idea and giving us an opportunity to share. And it's my hope that we will soon see Tucson recognize the Juneteenth holiday as an official holiday in the city of Tucson. Thank you again.
Thank you, Pastor Scott. Beautiful, beautiful words. And before we go back to Councilmember Fimbres, I just want to recognize the work that this committee has been putting into bringing this item to mayor and council. We received many letters of support in the community, many letters of support in the community, from the NAACP to educational groups to just community residents interested in the action by this council. We understand that this is a federal holiday, and as my colleague, Councilmember Kosacek has said, now it's the time for the city of Tucson to stand up and do the same for Tucsonans, so that our residents can feel the power of this day, the power of the history, the power of the progress that we've walked through and fought for and marched for, and the power of the work that remains to be done for the Black futures of our residents. So thank you for engaging. Thank you for all of the legwork that you've put into this. The community is ready. And so with that, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Fimbres.
Hey, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, just like you said, there's lots of letters and great leaders in our community to support this initiative. So that I move that to direct the city manager to direct the city attorney's office to come back, Mayor Council, with a resolution to have the city of Tucson recognize June 19, 2023, Juneteenth as an official city holiday.
There's a motion.
Motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham?
A few things. One is, I think it's really significant that the day be actually June 19th, but if the day falls on a Saturday or Sunday, I think we should still have the paid holiday for the employees either that Monday or Friday. And I don't want to get mired in details to wreck this process, but I think that's also really important. I also think that I hope Larry, as the resident historian with everyone, there's actually an Arizona connection a little bit with General Granger, because Granger opened up the discussion with Cochise in March of 1872 to basically set up what eventually became the Chiricahuan Reservation. And I think he died and another general took over or something, but it's interesting that General Granger did end up working with some of our native peoples here later in his career, and that's significant for us. So there is a Tucson piece to this. So those were the things I wanted to say, and also to the group, just congratulations. This has probably been a long time coming. It's crazy that Texas, because of Texas's history with this holiday, it was the first state to have a state Juneteenth holiday. And that's kind of like really, but that's what it's all about. So I have this. I figured it was more important to have someone else's perspective than mine. So this is from Barack Obama, our 44th president. Juneteenth has never been a celebration of victory or an acceptance of the way things are. It's a celebration of progress. It's an affirmation that despite the most painful parts of our history, change is possible. And there is still so much work to do.
Thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Lee.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. I just wanted, to also acknowledge what has been repeated, that, our president and U.S. Congress declared Juneteenth a federal holiday in the height of our racial reckoning. And it's, it's important to commemorate the freedom of enslaved Black people, and what June 19th, represents. Their freedom, like most, Black Americans in the United States, was contingent. While Congress recently designated this official holiday, the meaning of Juneteenth for our Black community members has been a lived reality for 156 years of freedom without safety. It has served as a touchstone to reflect on the enslavement and exploitation of Black people, Black families, Black community members, while bearing witness to the ongoing struggle for full participation in American society. And it's, long overdue, and I'm grateful that the city of Tucson is taking the step to recognize this important holiday. And it is, my hope that this recognition will inspire all Tucsonans to take it upon themselves to understand the past so that we can confront, the present day systemic anti-Blackness and commit ourselves to a day of service and to be in community. And finally, just want to give a shout out to our Juneteenth committee and community members who have been active for 52 years and who got this event started out of a Ward 1 park at Vista del Pueblo Park. So again, a special thank you to Pastor Grady, Scott, Ron Burton, Larry Starks, Bernie Starks, James Christopher, Valerie Stanley, and so many more advocating to get this holiday officially recognized here in the city of Tucson. And I want to thank, my fellow council members, Richard Fimbres, Steve Kozachik, and Kevin Dahl for bringing this item to the mayor and council.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Really just want to echo what a lot of my colleagues said. First, Mayor, as you mentioned, as soon as the federal government passed Juneteenth as a holiday, I know we started talking about how this day may actually transpire. So I'm really, really happy that we're here. Also want to acknowledge all of the community effort and input and the speakers that came out today to talk about this really important issue. One of the speakers was talking about education, and I know I have heard from people who weren't really sure about the history already. Just those educational opportunities that come with this significant day being acknowledged at a federal level. And I really look forward to, our city employees having the opportunity to have that day in the future off to celebrate. And also, as Vice Mayor said, really acknowledge the great amount of work that's still ahead of us to achieve true equality here in this country. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to my colleagues who brought this forward. And I'm really excited to be here supporting this with everyone today.
So with that, there is a motion and a second on the table. And if there's no other comments, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, and we will continue working with you all to get the details and the logistics all put together. Thank you all so much for your hard work and dedication. Ms. Clerk, now we're going to move back to item 7. Item 7, time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, the monkeypox virus, mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters. Mr. Manager?
Mayor, members of the council, No new update from last time. I know that there's opportunity from the Pima County Health Department to get updates, and I believe has been one that was submitted to us, so we'll share that with you. I did want to take a moment to give City Attorney Rankin an opportunity to share some information about some of the requirements that we previously had. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, as you're all aware, I believe, September 24th was the general effective date for legislation that was adopted by the legislature in its last session. And so that was the effective date for legislation that prohibited cities from requiring vaccination of any persons. So effective on that date, the city's prior requirements with respect to vaccination of its employees, it was no longer in effect. So it's now no longer in effect. That information will be relayed to city employees as well as applicants going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Just wanted to reiterate that the new bivalent vaccine that also targets the most prevalent COVID-19 subvariants are available at Pima County Health Department clinics, the Abrams Public Health Center, Walgreens, and CVS pharmacies. The CDC recommends this updated booster shot if it has been at least 2 months since you completed your primary series. Please check the Pima County Health Department website for up-to-date information on pediatric vaccination locations, mobile vaccination clinics, and hours for stand-in vaccination pods. Also regarding the MPX, monkeypox virus, visit pima.gov/monkeypox for the latest information from Pima County Health Department on monkeypox, also called MPX. Vaccine availability, information on symptoms and transmission. All of the available information is at pima.gov/monkeypox. Thank you all so much for participating on this and keeping alert and safe still. Dr. Cullen sent us a report, a much more detailed report, and I've asked the city clerk to share that with all of my colleagues on the council. So you should have this most updated report by Dr. Cullen at Pima County Health Department in your inboxes. With that, we move on to item number 9. Time has been set aside for a discussion of proposed rate and fee adjustments for multiple city departments. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. So this is the ongoing discussion that really started in January or February of this year when we started our budget discussion. And some of you have asked me why this has been piecemeal. It's been very much by design that way to give you both an understanding of the base budget, and we have supplementals and the investment plan, but also in the past you had asked me for a more holistic view of what happens with fees, because we would bring them piecemeal, if you will, and you had asked me for a more global picture, a bigger picture of what that looked like. So this is an attempt to do that. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to introduce the team who's going to go over a few thoughts. We will not be going through the PowerPoint that was included. I think it's very self-explanatory, so I've asked each of the directors to stand up at the podium and have just give you a few comments. Their direction is to stay between 3 and 5 minutes. So if you see a big giant hook come out, you know that they've exceeded that time, and we'll make sure that they stay to that in the future. They will introduce themselves each time so that way we don't go back through the formality. We are going to go in the order of the memo, which is Carlos, John, Lara, Sam, and then Tim will come in with Plan Development Services and provide a summary. So Mayor, and then we'll open it up to questions and get into as much detail as you'd like. So with that, I'll turn it over to our first speaker, which is Carlos de la Torre.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This afternoon, I'm here to respectfully present to you the proposed environmental services rate adjustments for review and consideration, which encompasses the residential collection service fee, the commercial collection service fee, and the disposal service fee. In regard to the residential fee, the proposal is to adjust this fee in two phases. Phase one, from your typical 95-gallon container of $16.75 to a $20 a month rate, with the proposed effective date of January 1st, 2023. It represents a $3.25 adjustment. Phase two, and assuming if phase one is approved, the proposal is really to move it from a $20 per month fee to a $23 a month fee. Essentially represents a $3 adjustment with the effective date of January 1st, 2024. We are respectfully requesting the adjustment to ensure that our current level of services, fleet replacement program, and capital improvements programs are not compromised. Our goal is to improve our financial position and to continue to provide reliable and effective services to the residents of Tucson. The residential fee encompasses the following services: once a week, garbage pickup; every other week, recycling services; twice a year, brush and bulky pickup; monthly rotating household hazardous waste events throughout the city; illegal dumping program; debt service associated with past capital projects; neighborhood roll-off services for cleanups; disposal assistance to nonprofit organizations; neighborhood recycling centers; special programs such as the Brownfield programs and the Tucson Clean and Beautiful program. As it relates to the commercial fees, we're recommending a 10% adjustment across the board for all commercial collection services. So it would include all dumpsters, all rollout services, and all trash compactors. Finally, we are recommending the disposal rate at Los Reales Sustainability Campus be adjusted from $32 per ton to $35 per ton for all commercial haulers. We are not recommending any adjustments to the safe hauler fee. It will remain at $15 for disposal up to a ton of waste, with the hopes to reduce illegal dumping. Last Thursday, the Environmental and Services Advisory Committee voted 6 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention to recommend to the Mayor and Council the adoption of the fee structures as proposed, as presented, with the recommendation to evaluate and increase the price differential between container sizes in the near future as to promote a zero-waste culture. Madam Mayor, that concludes my remarks. I thank you for your time and attention.
Mr. Manager, how you'd like to deal with the questions? Do you want to do all the presentations and then the questions at the end?
Please, if you would, if
All right,
that'd be okay,
let's do
that way
that.
we don't get down. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'll be presenting for the Water Department. So the Water Department's proposed rate and fee schedule comes after several months of activities, including 5-year financial plan, cost of service study, and then an eventual rate design. So the needs for the Water Department, as proposed, is a 5.5% across the board increase over the next 4 fiscal years, starting in July 1st, 2023, and in the following 3 fiscal years. That includes a borrow of $60 million to supplement our capital improvement program for the next 3 years. Our CIP is running between $85 and $95 million a year during this time frame moving forward. The overall expected change in revenue under this plan, if adopted, will move the current revenue from about $250 million a year to approximately $305 million by fiscal year 2027. Inflationary effects are increasing costs for materials, labor, chemical deliveries, and the things that go into water utility. In addition to the across-the-board increases, we are also asking for a CAP surcharge to increase from the current 70 cents per CCF to $1 CCF effective January of 2023. This change is for the real and anticipated CAP resource increases due to drought conditions on the Colorado River. Also included in your materials is information from your Citizens Water Advisory Committee. They have recommended a plan as shown to support the overall fiscal stability of the utility while meeting the unique challenges of the changing economic condition. In addition, the CWAC recommended a future look at the possibility of creating a commercial tiered water rate structure to encourage greater conservation for those in the commercial class. Also, CWAC recommended a change to the title of the CAP surcharge fee to the CAP surcharge and water resource fee. This change would provide clarity in the future for the allowance of the utility to acquire and create additional water resources in addition to the direct purchase of CAP water. And lastly, CWAC recommends the utility to continue to study opportunities to bring knowledge of our low-income assistance programs that the utility offers to the community as a whole. If the plan is adopted as presented, the change in the average single-family residential customer using HCCF will go from just above $41 a month in fiscal year 23 to $53.08 in fiscal year 27, or roughly a $12 a month increase over 4 years. As a general reminder, our conservation rate and our green stormwater infrastructure fees are not included in this rate proposal. Those programs will be addressed sometime in the future if necessary. And with that, I'd like to hand it off to my distinguished colleague from the Department of Transportation and Mobility, Sam Credio.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I will now provide you with a brief overview of the proposed parking rate changes for your consideration. These adjustments fall in three main categories. First, we are proposing an increase to flat rates at garages and lots on nights and weekends. This would result in a $1 increase to all applicable entertainment district locations. The early week rate, Monday to Wednesday, will increase from $3 to $4. The late week weekend rate, Thursday to Sunday, will increase from $5 to $6. We are also proposing another $1 increase in 2026 to both rates. These increases will allow Park Tucson to remain competitive with similar parking options in the area while still providing a good value for our customers. Second, we propose increasing the monthly permit rates for garages and lots by $5 a month. Again, this will allow us to remain competitive while also covering the increased cost of security. A detailed summary of the garage and lot increases can be found in Exhibit D of your material for this item. Lastly, we propose increasing annual commuter and student permit rates. Around the University of Arizona campus, the top rate would increase from $475 per year to $550 per year, a $75 increase in year one, with annual $25 increases years 2, 3, and 4. The 4th Avenue area on-street commuter permit would also increase from $120 per year to $150 per year, a $30 increase in year one, with a following $30 increase in 2024. Proposed parking fee increases will allow Park Tucson to keep up with increasing costs of maintaining facilities and provide for much-needed security while keeping up with market competition. Hourly metered parking rates are not being considered at this time. However, extending the hours and days when meters are enforced for payment and time limits is under consideration. This would be beneficial to customers looking for convenient on-street parking in the entertainment districts, helping them find parking when and where they are looking for it. Mayor and council is not being asked to approve the extension of meter hours at this time. We are, however, seeking direction to initiate outreach with stakeholders. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Lara Hamway, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. On behalf of the Parks and Recreation Department, we just want to quickly review some of the fee recommendations that we have made. In regards to the area of expanding and enhancing our current services, we have proposed a commercial use park permit fee. Basically, what we learned from the pandemic is that we do have a lot of entities out there that can provide recreation, fitness, outdoor activities that charge a fee to their patrons, and we don't really have a mechanism for them to come to us to be able to rent a designated area. So a good example of that is a boot camp instructor that wants to do an outdoor boot camp. We really don't have a current fee structure in place to facilitate them to be in our parks. And so therefore, we've proposed to do an up to daily fee of $30, an up to monthly fee of $200, or if they want to do a quarterly commitment of $500 for the quarter. And for those that are successful, we're also open to entering into a long-term use agreement with them. Additionally, what we're looking at is enhancing and revising our discount program. Our current discount program only allows for families who meet the eligibility criteria to get a maximum discount of 50% off of our youth services. So that would be KidCo and in-betweeners, and also for a facility access pass. So part of our new discount program would change it to, depending on your eligibility rate, to get a discount of 90, 80, or 70% for youth services, and to add in leisure classes and our annual or facility passes for 70, 60, and 50% off. We feel this is a really smart move for us to do because it allows us to make parks and their services more equitable and accessible to those who really need it the most. In addition to that, we're recommending to remove our neighborhood center fees. Currently, you need to pay $1 in order to get into our neighborhood centers. We feel that in order to encourage more folks to come, say, after school or during the hours that the center is open, we'd like to remove that barrier. Kind of mimics what we have done with our pool facilities and removing those admission fees. So in regards to existing fees, and one more new fee, which is our sports field use. One of the largest complaints that we get is about driving by and seeing sports fields not being utilized. As part of our revision on allocation, we would like to attach a $1 an hour fee for the field use to encourage folks that are not going to be planning to use those fields to release them so that we can expand the number of groups that can come out and respond or to start a new program at a field. In partnership with that is also revising our light use fee, which currently is at $6 for every 2 hours to $8 an hour. Not only because the cost of energy has gone up, but because many of us have driven by and seen empty fields lit up. Doesn't make sense. So trying to use a little bit of an encouragement factor there. Our Ramada reservation fees have not been updated in years and don't make sense because a small, medium, and large currently are all the same price to rent. So we're recommending to just do a better scaled fee adjustment to line those up for if you're going to take a small footprint, you pay less money. And then when it comes to our youth fees, we have the In-Betweeners program. It started somewhere around 2007 and really didn't fall into the structure of which it exists now till after the last time we did a fee amendment. So it has stayed at a $75 for 8 weeks in the summer, and we are recommending to adjust that to $375 for 8 weeks. It would be eligible for the discount program, and which would bring it down to $37.50 or $112 depending on the discount that you're eligible for. And then the two other youth programs are KidCo After School, recommending it go from $50 to $70 a month, and KidCo Summer, $250 up to $500 for an 8-week program. Again, would be discount fee eligible. And that concludes the fees that we are recommending. Thank you. Oh, and I'll pass it now to my boss, Tim.
Thanks, Lara. Honorable Mayor and Council, I'll be presenting the information related to planning and development services and development-related fees. Staff contracted with Barry Dunn, a consulting group, to conduct a cost model assessment of the current operations related to the review of development permits and related activities, the operations, the revenues, and the costs. And that cost model of current conditions was based on our currently authorized staffing model, which includes the recent mayor and council actions that added staff related to review of commercial rainwater harvesting ordinance compliance, as well as the June 7th action recommended by the manager to add 14 positions to meet our processing timeframes. And I'm happy to report that as of Friday of last week, we had reached being on time with our processing timeframes, which you know has been a pain point for much of 2022. We've actually reached being on time. The fees that are resulted from the cost model analysis is a proposal to increase fees by 7% across the board. The staff recommendation to the manager was to spread that over a 2-year period, so a 3.5% increase on January 1st of 23, and a second 3.5% increase a year later on January 1st of 2024. And this is for permit review related fees in PDSD, Department of Transportation and Mobility, and Tucson Fire. All of those three departments review development-related permits. With that, I'd also like to clarify and just remind council that today is just the start of the conversation related to changes to rates and fees. Tonight, there is a public hearing related to rates and fees related to development. The item tonight is actually just to change the effective date of when our current fees go into effect under the new online permitting system known as EnerGov or TDC Online. In order to enact that new permitting system, we had to make minor adjustments to our fees to make them comport with that software system. So tonight's action is independent from what we're talking about here today, and it's really just to make sure that that new transparent and accountable permitting system can go online, currently scheduled to go live on October 31st. With that, I'd like to just also say that today's study session was, as the manager indicated, an attempt to bring you comprehensive information across the rates and fees charged by the city for your consideration. This is just the start of the process. If, depending on your direction today, the next step would be to consider notices of intent for these 5 different areas you heard about. Those are currently scheduled to be brought for you on October 5th, but you can act on any or all of those or not act at all on any of them. You're not locked into anything based on the discussion today. And that again, is just the start of a public conversation related to rates and fees. So that would be direction to staff that would signal mayor and council's potential intent to consider those rate changes. It would set the maximum amount of rate changes. It does not say you are doing certain rate changes. It says, for example, for PDSD, you would raise rates 3.5% or less in this year and next year. So it basically sets a cap, and it starts the public process. So as you've heard from some of the directors, we've interacted with a particular board or commission, but we've not had robust town halls, interactions with stakeholders until we receive your direction whether or not to proceed. With that, we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Manager, did you have anything else to add?
No, Madam Mayor, I think just to reiterate, and depending on your direction today, if you asked us to not bring back some items on the 5th, you may still see them on the agenda, but they will be continued because of the agenda committee already happened because of the closeness of the next meeting. But we're happy to answer any questions. The entire team's here as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I'll open up to my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Cunningham.
First, I'm going to comment on the water rates. Setting water rates is a twofold conversation. It's about conservation and about the health of our system. It's also about keeping up with inflation in this case. I think we're really fortunate that we're in a situation where, look, a lot of people, and again, I'm not trying to disparage anyone, but people look at their whole bill. We probably send to 180,000 households a month in the city limits a bill for your ES and your water. We have that many co-customers in the city, and actually outside of the city combined, but that's what they get. And they get a $60 to $100 bill. That's what they get every month. Whether you've got, whether you're on a 1/4 acre in a 4-bedroom home or you're on a 3-bedroom, 2-bath townhome, your bill's going to be somewhere in there between $70 and $100 a month, every month, for us picking up your recycling once every 2 weeks, picking up your garbage once a week, and wheeling your water. And then we've got some county sewage fees, which are attached to that. So the idea here, what are we really talking about? We don't want to jam people up by all of a sudden dropping it where their bill goes up $20. And I think they've really tried to thread that needle. It's not worth it for me to micromanage and go, well, what if you thought about this being $1.75? Or, I don't think that's constructive at this point. I think this is a really good faith effort with water, NES working as a one city, one team scenario, understanding that people on the other end of that bill see that total bill. They're not looking at the CCF cost per se. They're looking at what's my total number going up. That's how people do their monthly budgets. So thank you for that. 9.8 is a little much, all at once, but we've got to do it somewhere. And I think kind of ripping the Band-Aid off might be the best point. So I in general, with my comments, I want to say that if my colleagues have some input, I'm obviously fluid, but for the most part, this is a really good effort in trying to understand what our financial needs are, as well as in making our system stable, as well as understanding who's getting the bill on the other end, and not jamming folks up more than 10, 15 bucks. Hopefully it'll stay under 10. It's going to be close because we don't know what the county's going to do with their sewage fees. But that's the bottom line. Everyone's going to run up. Look, we've got an inflation rate over the last 2 years of over 9.6%. It's going to catch up to everybody. It's a bummer, and it sucks. Nobody gets elected to go, oh, hey, let's raise water rates. That's the last thing you want to do. But we've got to accept some of the realities in play here. So thank you for that. I think it's a good proposal. Obviously, everybody has an opinion on what we could do differently to tweak it, but it's pretty right on. My next group is parking. It was funny, in the material, there's the parking one, and it says Park Tucson, and the other one says Parks and Rec. And so you get on there and you're like, well, how is this parks fees? What are they talking about, a garage? I hope everybody got that one. That was supposed to be funny. The Park Tucson thing, again, is an honest effort. I think it's great where you're at, that you're only going $1. I don't know how far down the road I want to go. I mean, I respect that we're thinking ahead, but I don't know how far we want to go down the road as far as increasing every single year. I think maybe we just do the $1 and maybe another $1 later on, but I don't know if I want to go any farther than that. I appreciate the idea behind that, but I don't want to be in that situation. We may end up, there's a bigger picture there, depending on what we get with transit. There's a bigger picture there, depending on what happens with downtown or collaborating with Rio Nuevo and how we allot parking spaces. So I think there's some more fluid pieces to that. So I want to be real careful on how we do our parking. Yes, stay competitive and keep up with the Joneses, et cetera, but at the same time, I want to slow down a little bit. That would be my input on that one. The next one is environmental service, and that's the same thing that I told water. $3, it's very modest, and it's collaborative. So let's talk about parks. And this is where the idea behind what Parks is trying to do is right on the money. They're trying to come in and get a structure that makes sense for it. For me, I think we're missing the boat on how we do it. I think what's happening is we've got to think about some things that we haven't thought about in the past. One of those, with regard to KidCo in the afternoons, is we can co-locate with these DES licensure providers, and that kind of takes us out of the tiering FLP, federal poverty rate business. And I'd like to avoid that as much as we can. I'd rather co-locate with licensure and capture that state money. Why are we going to give that away? So I think there's an opportunity there that we may be missing. So that would be one piece of it. No one's going to know what program the kids are in as long as it's a school site. I don't think the school site's going to, I'd rather run that hybrid program so that every single family in Tucson can receive some discount. And quite frankly, I don't want to be in a situation where we have a family that has to now have their kid take a van to another site when they could be getting free. They don't have to pay the $35 or the reduced rate. They can get it for free but now their kid has to get van to a different site. Well, it's way better if they're on site. And if we're collaborating with these sports leagues or youth arts after school programs, it makes it so much easier. So the kid can go from Kidco or the co-location to OMA and back, to NYS basketball practice and back. And we want to have that all. That's what the parent wants. And I know that because I've raised 3 kids. The next one I want to talk about is the field leagues. Look, the problem that we've had, and I'm the youth sports guy, like I'm all about loving the coaches and wanting to take care of them, but they totally overstate their numbers sometimes. Not all of them. I'm thinking of you, Real Salt Lake. I know your numbers are solid. Thinking of you, Rincon Little League. I know you guys don't lie. But I'm also looking at other sports groups that are saying they've got 8, 9, 1,000 kids, and they've got like 200 kids, and they're locking up bulks and bulks hours. We're only going to charge them $1 an hour. They're not going to care. They're going to be like, here's your $53. We need to charge them by the kid too. Add that extra $1 a kid. If you're going to say you've got 833 kids and need this many hours, then you're going to pay the extra $1 per kid and the extra $1 per hour. That way we're not locking up fields. And that way people have to be honest with what they got. I think there's a different formula we can use with the youth sports people, because that's one of the biggest frustrations out there. You're talking about your staff walking around seeing a lighted field lit and nobody's using it. I got news for you. What difference has it made? They paid their $8 an hour. If they want to keep the field lit and nobody use it, that just means the grass actually might be the turf gets healthier. Whatever. I mean, if they paid to light that field, we need to light that field. That's not what bugs me. What bugs me is that we have fields during the day where our teams could practice and nobody's on them, or we have fields being completely overused because we have another league whose enrollment is totally overstretched, and they're working that turf every day, and that's why our turf is always not where it needs to be. So I want to make sure we're thinking about that strategy when we talk about the youth sports leagues. Counterintuitive to what we believe, the youth sports leagues still represent the highest use of our parks. They're the ones who say, you go out to those parks on Saturday and Sunday and see them filled up. That's the soccer teams, it's the baseball teams, and that's definitely youth football. Gee whiz, McKillickers. I can't believe how many kids were out there on Saturday. So we have to take a look at that strategy on how we think about the youth sports fees, if you will. And finally, that brings me to the ramadas. Again, we're totally on the right track and going, all right, wait a minute, there's different types of ramadas. There's big ones, there's little ones, there's multiple tables, there's little tables. I also want to think about, what if the ramada has a bathroom? If we have a big ramada with a bathroom attached, it should cost more. If we have a big ramada with a water that they can attach water to, which I'm willing to allow them to do if they bring the right wrench, I'm willing to do that. But they've got to sign and release and pay a little. I'm totally good with this type of stuff. It's just that I don't want to be creating work for ourselves. The other piece is that we're going to have some type of nonprofit rate, or they're going to have to be able to have a situation where if a council office is helping sponsor the event, there's a different rate, or the council office can pay the rate. We have to have some form for that, because I think that needs to be a piece to this. There's lots of folks who will not use the park unless they can, in other words, if we're having I don't want to miss out on an event because of the rental fee for an event that benefits the community. If there's a net benefit to the community, we have to be able to look at those things. So those are some of the things that I see off the top of my head with this. One thing with water, I forgot, commercial water rates. We kind of left that one off the table. If we're looking at everything, let's look at everything. The other one is on the parks piece with regard to Kidco. I'd really like to look at billing by the quarter. And the reason I say that is that instead of having a monthly fee, we can the school year is 9-week quarters. And so I'd love to have it where, one, you can pay for your whole quarter. And then you know you've got 2 months to save up whatever that fee is. If it's $70 a month, 140 could do it for the quarter, right? So you should be able to pay by the quarter. I mean, it just makes more sense because the school district doesn't run month to month. The number of days are different. The number of days per school days that exist are the same amount per quarter. So it's easier to manage from a budget standpoint and a math standpoint and a planning standpoint. The other piece is that we ought to have some KidCo built in for spring break and fall break. We got a lot of working families that need that day, like at least a recreation program from 9 to 3 during the day, Monday through Friday, during that week that we're out of school. Look, I know some people go out of town and that's a good thing. It should be a day program. It could be like $25 a day, $10 a day, but we should have that in KidCo because our working folks need that. So those are my thoughts on this thing. And I know this is a Herculean task. Everybody, I'm not trying to be critical at all. I think everybody who contributed in this and worked on this did a tremendous job. It's just, there's some stuff I want to think about from a pragmatic standpoint and an everybody standpoint. Those are our folks that are out there in the community that are on the receiving end of this, how they're going to look at it. It may look all cute inside the office, but just because it looks cute inside the office doesn't mean it's the right thing for that person who's just calling to get a Ramada rental. All right? So well done, and those conclude my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by saying that it's concerning to me that a lot of these fee updates haven't happened since 2008 or 2010 as we were being briefed, that it does, when we don't kind of program or plan for this over time, that it feels like a lot, especially during this time. So I know some of my colleagues will be concerned about that. So one, I do think it's long overdue, but also how do we scale it in a way that doesn't feel really challenging for our working families? Since my colleague, Councilmember Cunningham, just left off on parks, I'll start there. I'm curious, I know that part of the intent is that after given direction on moving forward, if we're to move forward with this, is to do some of that public outreach, but wondering if in Parks and Rec, we've started to maybe do some of that outreach, to get feedback from folks. I know some of it's probably been just like circumstantial as things come up, but I'm interested in that, specifically when it comes to KidCo. Because I know as we're trying to scale it and compete with other programs that do that kind of service, I'm concerned that at the end of the day, the folks that choose to send their children to KidCo are families that otherwise would have left their children at home and not actually participated in some other paid programming. So I want to make sure that those are the kinds of questions that we're asking of families as we're surveying them, if this would then create a situation where they just prefer, to leave their children at home, because I don't think that's something that any of us want to see happen. Some of the other, fee recommendations I think are fair, and I appreciate trying to make sure that we're right sizing, the services and the amenities with those fees. As with the parking recommendations, I think we have such a culture in the city that we don't like to pay for parking, and I can say that because I'm part of that. But building parking is expensive, and to maintain parking is expensive. So if we aren't paying for parking, or when we're paying too little at the meter, that doesn't mean that the cost goes away. And that I don't think, and I know right now we're just making recommendations on the parking garages, and I definitely want to explore, the metered parking and making sure that we're looking at some of the times and right sizing that. I know we had these conversations with Diana when she was still here about even downtown, about making sure we're getting people moving even at the meter, so folks that need to do a quick 15-minute, trip have access to parking. So just kind of taking all that into consideration. But again, I never believe we should be subsidizing parking for privately owned vehicles parked in public spaces. And so I think that that needs to shift in our community. With ESG, I just want to make sure that we're messaging how the rate increase is going to continue to help give us a jump on our sustainability goals, so that that's very clear to our community. And then that at the end of the day, like my colleague here was saying, that we get a bill for water, sewer, and garbage all together, and it's coming from the city of Tucson. So who's seen, as, the person, creating this added fee is the city. And I know that when I get upset, when I look at my bill, why is it so high? I open it up and go through it and be like, especially for folks who do gray water, use in their homes, you're like, I'm being charged for sewage fees that I'm not actually putting into the system because I'm, trying to be more sustainable in my water use. But those things get really frustrating. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking about how we're messaging that to our water users. And then finally, some of my questions around water is like, how will the rate adjustment for Tucson Water account for the cost of annual operating expenses in addition to infrastructure improvements? I think it's always important, to remind folks that why it's so important that we keep that system running and repaired, so that we don't end up like other municipalities like Flint, Michigan, and some of the challenges that we've been seeing in Mississippi as well. Keeping in mind water conservation, do we know how much water golf courses use on average per month? And are they paying into that tiered system? And just how much money do golf courses pay per CCF? I want to make sure as we're increasing these rates for residential users, that recreational users of water aren't getting a discount as well. I've also had folks who do community gardens reach out to our office and ask about the rates for small-scale urban farmers. I think currently they're paying residential rates, and wanted to get clarification about the increases and the impact it's going to have on them. And so in that case, I'm hoping, we can explore the impact of expanding the community garden water rate to allow for small-scale food producers to pay the same as commercial customers, or figure out a way, to support those kinds of efforts. Those are all my comments and questions.
Did you want those questions answered?
Mayor, we're happy to go into detail with those. My thought was to just take notes. I would suggest that there might be others that are similar. We can give some answers today, and then we'll follow up in writing on all the answers. It's my suggestion, that way you'll have it in writing, and we can also look at tweaking some of our recommendations based on that. It's my thought.
Alrighty, so Councilmember Dahl has his hand up, and then any others? Councilmember Kozach.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to city manager and department heads. I've enjoyed this process. It's been really clear to me. And the presentations that we received from the department managers, both written and today, have been succinct and to the point. I only have two comments, and they've been touched on by my colleagues. I'm very supportive of getting a tiered rate on commercial water users. It's the only class that doesn't have it. It's not fair, and it means that, as the Vice Mayor is asking about, at least one golf course is paying a lot less for water than residential people, which I don't think is very fair. We all received the letter from the Pima County Food Alliance, which represents the small scale food producers. And it makes sense to me that much like community gardens, people who produce food that as part of our city of gastronomy should receive the same sort of subsidies as our community gardens. And I'd like to see both of those explored and come back to us with recommendations from staff. And I think there'll be different processes maybe for both of those. But whatever the staff directs us, I'm interested in finding out. Thank you.
Councilmember Kozachik?
Thanks. I have a few questions. Jump out of the way. Let me start with environmental. Well, let me just say, first of all, I agree with the rest of the folks here is that, appreciate the process. What we're doing, though, is sort of a double-edged sword. The benefit is that we see all of this together, so we see the magnitude. The other side of it is, the downside is we see all of this together, and everybody does. So it's good that we're not nickel and diamond. We'll do water this week, and then ES next week, and then parks. So this is good. It gives us the opportunity, though, in the community to go through this process and say, what is the cumulative impact of this? And I'm sure all of us are concerned about the sticker shock, and let's make sure that we're not dipping our hands so far into people's pockets that the rest of the inflationary effect that others have already mentioned is just exacerbated, and we're just killing people from a financial standpoint, just right out of the box. Let me start with ES then, environmental services. The last residential increase was in 2010. And Carlos, can you share with us how our newly proposed rates compare with what Republic and Waste Management are charging residential customers? And also, you might add in your answer the services that we provide, such as brush and bulky, that Republic and Waste Management don't. So bang for your buck kind of a thing.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, what we see pretty much an average bill is about $100 a month for unincorporated Pima County and some of the outlying communities. That's a typical bill that we have seen from the private haulers. That just only includes essentially a 95-gallon service. It includes recycling, but essentially it really equates to a bill of about $110 a month. That's what it really equates to.
Okay, so it's by a factor of 3 or 4 of what we're proposing.
Yes, sir.
Not counting the extra services that we provide, such as one of the most popular ones in the community, brush and bulky, and all the work down at the sustainability campus and all that.
That's correct, Councilmember Kozachik. So as you may recall, some of the programs that I outlined earlier, your weekly pickup, every other week, recycling, the HHW events that we have throughout the community, the support that we provide to all the neighborhood associations when they're trying to clean up, the illegal dumping program. So there's the twice a week or twice a year brush and bulky program as well. So there's a multitude of services that essentially the residential fee covers outside of just picking up garbage and picking up recyclables every other week or every single week.
And it's important for people to understand that environmental services, the city of Tucson, is not just picking up your trash and driving it away like Republic and Waste Management do. We're providing all those other things. And you're an enterprise fund, and you're charged with making sure that you're supporting, your department is self-supportive. When Republic pulls contaminants from the MRF waste stream, they charge us for the contaminants, and you've provided us with the information earlier that it's roughly $360,000 a year. Do we also charge them a tipping fee when they take those contaminants and dump it in the landfill?
Yes, we do. Yes.
And is that the same commercial fee we're charging everybody else?
No, sir. Essentially, that fee, they're under what we call a put and pay agreement, where they bring essentially an assured number of tons per year. Roughly, right now, it's about 230,000 tons of material they bring to the landfill. With that, they have pretty much a gate rate that is a little bit lower or significantly lower than the typical gate rate is. Right now, it's at $21. It does provide a benefit to them, benefit to us, because it helps us offset a lot of operating costs at the landfill. But essentially, that's essentially what they get charged. Unfortunately, one of the things that waste that essentially is generated at the MRF doesn't go to Los Reales, goes and is basically disposed by another hauler outside of Pima County. So that's the arrangements that they have, Republic with the other waste hauler. in terms of hauling the material outside of Tucson and not in Los Reales Sustainability Campus.
So they got a pretty sweet deal. How much time is left on their contract?
Mayor, Councilmember Kasachik, so we're into about the fourth year, so 4 remaining years on the existing contract.
Okay. ESAC has made a proposal that we study charging a different rate, and I know we already do this at curbside for the different sizes of containers. Have you read their memo?
Mayor, Councilmember Kasachik, that is correct. And so the spread between a 30-gallon container versus a 60-gallon container or a 95-gallon container is only $1. So their interest was, can we provide a much bigger gap between the container sizes? One of the things we mentioned during our report was that the vast majority of that charge or that cost associated with really providing the service, so it's really the administrative cost, the collection cost, and not so much the disposal cost. So if we look at the difference between what a 60-gallon container looks like, what a 95-gallon container looks like, the cost differential on just purely the weight is about 60 cents per container. So certainly from a policy perspective, a bigger gap could be instituted.
Okay. And I know we're just initiating the process now, so something to keep in mind to reduce the sticker shock, perhaps, for some of the smaller residential users. Okay, thanks. Park Tucson, Sam, they've got fixed costs for the ongoing debt service for parking structures, and the Vice Mayor already mentioned this. Based on the current rates that we're charging, are we able to stay in our balance? Are we dipping into general fund? How is Park Tucson holding their own, treading water right now in terms of their own debt service?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, Park Tucson's fund balance, we essentially used up their fund balance last fiscal year to cover all of our operating costs as well as our debt service. As you know, the revenue associated with Park Tucson was severely depleted during the COVID pandemic, and so the fund balance was utilized to get us through the end of the fiscal year.
So we're subsidizing their debt service through the general fund right now?
Right now, there is no fund balance for Park Tucson.
Right, okay, thanks. Water, I think probably to most, if not all of us, the biggest, elephant in the room. It's significant, you're the existential department that we've got here. So what is the plan and the process for adjusting the cap fee in order to chase the cap water rates when they're increased? I know you've got this incremental step in your plan, but we also all know that the cap fee is going to escalate over time.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik. Yeah, the way we've been adjusting the cap surcharge fee in the past years is like you kind of stated it. It's almost like a chasing because CAP does their rates on an annual basis. So by choosing going from 70 cents to $1, we are going to leap ahead for time frame based on what their proposals are coming up, as well as making sure they're recovering enough. We can always bring the cap fee back more frequently, but this is a step. As we do step approaches, sometimes we don't recover enough revenue, sometimes we cover just enough. So it is the way we're doing it right now.
Okay, and as I understand it, they being the cap board, get to us in April or May of the year, their projected increase for the following year, so we've got the balance of the year to budget for it, or?
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
What they create firm rates and then they create proposed rates. So we have a general guidance for about a 4-year lookout. So that's kind of how we look at those cap changes.
Okay. Your cost projections assume a decrease in per capita use. At least that's the way I read it. That assumption really shifts a burden to us in terms of public education and being aggressive in rebates for low flow fixtures and appliances and that. Is that, we've been pretty aggressive on that already. I'm just not sure that assumption is without some of the other conservation focused tiered rate conversations we're having. I'm not sure how realistic that is. what leads you to think that people are going to be using less and less water and without conservation?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, members of council, we've been seeing an overall trend in the western United States and here in Tucson, particularly the last 20 years, of that conservation ethic and the use of less water across the board. So we do, even though we have growth projections, I believe over the next several years of 0.3% in our growth, we do see a decrease in water use, and it's directly related to conservation programming and the community's knowledge of the importance of water. In particular, with the drought on the Colorado, we are seeing some retractions and expect to see more retractions in use.
Okay, well, I am hopeful and I agree with that. We have to get more aggressive about conservation. And I know CWAC is looking at some of the policies that, for instance, Las Vegas has in place right now, and look forward to much wider conversation on conservation efforts in the city, that eliminating front yard lawns and putting golf courses on water budgets and those kinds of things. Of the $451 million in capital costs, the project costs, how much are we assuming for PFAS remediation and containment? And also, semi-related to that, how are we advancing our reclaimed water infrastructure? Because it feels to me as though we're not nearly as aggressive on extending the purple pipes as we might be in this community.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Kozachik. I'll address the PFAS one first. PFAS infrastructure really isn't part of that capital plan because of the attempts that we're trying to get other people to fund that. So those would be changes that we would have to come back to council if we are going to do anything differently and fund any of these designs or capital projects themselves. So that would be in addition to on those items. On the reclaimed water system, the reclaimed water system is essentially been built out to all large turf uses across the basin, from Dove Mountain to Star Pass to the east side, and connected most of our golf courses, 17 golf courses, most of our schools, most of our parks are all been on the reclaim system. The way the reclaim system expands now is if there's a turf use or an irrigation use or a non-potable use and a customer wants to get the benefit of having the more firm rate of reclaim, then they meet with the department to see what type of return on investment it would be to extend the reclaimed water system to that customer. So it's there's more of an incentive back and forth with the customer to make sure that they need to make an educated choice on if reclaim is worth it for them to continue to expand the Tucson water system to reach them.
Well, of course, the other side of that coin is that we're short on potable water, or at least we're all looking at that drought, and so it may benefit the community in the region if instead of saying it'll cost you $20 million to run this reclaim line, we look at it more in how can we be a player in that as well.
Yeah. The one thing to keep in mind, or what's different between the expansion of the reclaim system in the 1980s and where we're at today, is that we recover most of our effluent credits that's generated, especially with the change in the law in 2019, where we get about 95% credit of water that recharges in the Santa Cruz River. So our dynamic is uniquely different compared to where we were in the 80s and 90s to reach those customers, because we can use those effluent credits as part of our potable recovery portfolio.
Okay, good. A couple more. How are we assuring we don't drop below 120 days in operating capital, and how close are we? And wasn't our recent high water mark, pardon the pun, about 180 days? Weren't we close to that recently?
Yeah, without ripping through my notes, yeah, I think you're approximately right. And that's part of our 5-year financial plan, is to make sure we stay above that 120-day threshold, as well as maintaining our funds to ensure we're meeting all of our debt obligations, whether it's the 175% for senior and junior lien debt that we also have to maintain.
Okay. I know Paul and Kevin have submitted a memo asking for a study on setting a commercial tiered rate, and I totally support that study. We're sending a high conservation message to residential users, but not to commercial users. And I understand, and in their memo they did a good job of saying, and I don't have the numbers in my head, but something like 6% of the revenue versus 23% of the use, and so I think that's totally a valid exercise. I know also our very high CCF users are not driving our revenues. but I don't believe we're hitting them significantly enough to, on the rating, with rate increases to force them to conserve. 3 to 5% increase isn't driving a reduction in usage, and somebody who's using over 20 CCF a month, that doesn't work in the desert. And so again, I know we've had this conversation over the years that, the people up at the top end of the usage aren't the ones who are driving our revenue. I don't think the conversation should be necessarily about revenue, about how you drive down the usage. And that's something we haven't really embraced as a part of this whole budgetary conversation. So anyway, that's my water things. And I have one final piece, and that's PTSD. The Barry Dunn study indicated that we'll realize $832,000 of additional revenue with a 7% fee increase, but it also tied that to adding 15 FTEs, 15 full-time positions. And it says if you add those 15 positions, you can effectively continue to deliver services and address regulatory backlogs. How do we justify increasing fees until we get those 15 positions filled, though? I mean, if the dynamic is you can deliver better service with a 7% increase by adding these FTEs, until we get them on board, it's sort of a chicken and egg thing. I mean, are we increasing the fees on the come that we're gonna add these 15 FTEs, which we haven't been able to do? So I'm not really sure that that adding 7% to those fees until we get the people on board is a fair hit to the business community.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, of the 14 positions, we have in the last 2 weeks, or actually now about last month, we've onboarded 10 new staff, and we have active recruitments for additional staff beyond that. Bearing in mind we had vacancies above the 14. So we are bringing the gap on vacancies down, and we are already seeing some of that level of service coming up in the form of getting our queues caught up. Those positions are already in the budget, and PTSD function is within the general fund. So they're already budgeted, and they will come at a cost as we bring them on board, about over half of which we have. The question is whether or not we want to adjust the revenue picture to help pay for that.
And you're proposing incrementally?
That's correct, Councilmember Kozaczek. We're proposing 3.5% for January 1st, and then another 3.5% the second year, which also goes toward that scheduling of onboarding.
And so, and I'll stop with this, but so we've got 5.5% for water and 3.5% for here, and whatever the percentage is for ES, and so there may be a conversation about how do we kind of stretch the bubble gum and string this out so we're not popping it in someone's face right off the bat on January 1st. I'm done with that analogy.
Any of my other colleagues? I did want to first and most importantly thank staff and the city manager, Assistant City Manager Tamir, for organizing this. I agree that it's concerning to me to see it all at once because of the magnitude of the conversation. But at the same time, I also appreciate that we are looking at this all at once because it helps us as mayor and council be able to look at how it would affect the pocketbook of our residents. I am also concerned as the vice mayor that so many departments have not brought fee changes and rate changes to the mayor and council in so many years, because then we find ourselves in a place where parking fund balance is no longer existing, or that we're tapping into our general fund to pay for environmental services, which is supposed to be a department that pays for itself based on the services that it provides. I understand that mayor and council made a very clear decision the past 2 years of not charging because of the pandemic, and that was very concerning to all of us, on how we affected the pocketbooks of residents in a time of a pandemic where we didn't know how the economy was going to move. As I think of it, I see it as absolutely necessary services that we're looking at. And in that utility necessary services column falls water and environmental services department for me. Those are things that every resident needs to pay, and will affect, their books will be affected every month with the decisions that we make with water and environmental services. Then there's the column of service charges, right? People that use our garages. That's not an absolutely necessary, it's a usage fee. Usage fee for parks usages, for field usages, for parking usage. Those are usage fees. What affects the pocketbooks monthly of our families is what they absolutely need, which is water and trash pickup. Saying that, I feel as though I too resent that the check is paid to the city of Tucson, even though it has Pima County sewer charges there. We don't know how much Pima County is planning to increase their sewer fees this coming years. Do you know that, Tim?
I do. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, even as recently as yesterday, we have learned that the Pima County wastewater is not planning any rate adjustments for
Okay.
this year. This is in alignment with, they had done significant rate adjustments about a decade
Yes.
ago for their major improvements and replacement of their major regional wastewater treatment plants. So all along, their plan was, they had done those double-digit rate increases back to back for several years, and then they were going to stay static for a period of time. They've been able to maintain being static on rates, and they expect that to continue at least for another couple of years. So we should not see a change there.
Okay, good. That's good to know, because that is the utility bill and how it fits. I think that the conversation, it needs to continue, and I know that we have some action that you all would want us to take on the October 5th. I wonder if we could push it to the 18th so that we can continue giving offline input and feedback to you all. I agree that both Tucson Water and Environmental Services are providing additional, I would say environmental services, we are providing so much more and are expecting so much more as a department, right? We're just recently, in the past 2 years, have asked environmental services to do a zero waste roadmap. We want them to become a sustainability campus. We want them to reuse as much as possible and to get to zero waste by 2030. So they have to start doing much, much more for the services that they provide the residents of Tucson. I want to add myself to the commentary of, we really, as a city, need to look at how we ease the fees and charges in the departments that need these, and look at the long term and not every 10 years. So for example, with environmental services, I would say that easing into their charges to get to where they need to, and then continue evaluating how much it's costing in terms of the services that we provide and how much is coming in on a yearly basis. When they're budgeting, they should be looking at is how much it's costing and how much is coming in. So I don't want to add any more. I agree that we should study the commercial tiered rates for Tucson Water. I want to make sure that at Tucson Water, we're doing everything we possibly can to streamline the process for low-income assistance, that we are informing the community that it is available for them, including to those that live outside of the city of Tucson, because of the additional money created by the differential water rates, and that I want to know more about how we're targeting the outreach that is going out to low-income or families that could benefit from the program. I'd request that staff provide a report on the low-income assistance program as we move forward with this decision. I'd like to request that the city manager plan on updating mayor and council regularly as to avoid having these big balloons, as Councilmember Kozaczek mentioned, regarding the cost versus the revenue that's coming in. And so if that is okay, Mr. Manager, based on the input and feedback and questions provided by our colleagues on the council, that you bring a report back to mayor and council or an email that provides the answers. If you want to quickly answer any questions now, but we do really need to move on to the next items.
Mayor, thank you, and we'll certainly look at all the questions. And in fairness to Vice Mayor, what we'll do is we'll just go through all of them, provide them in writing, give them to you ahead of time. But I want a little bit of clarity for the 5th. If you all would like us to delay that, we're okay with doing that. But understand that if we do that, we won't be able to implement on January 1. We'll have to implement down the road. It's not an issue for us necessarily, but it is just a logistics piece that we have to be cognizant of.
I think that I'm concerned about how the pocketbooks of everyday residents in Tucson is going to be affected. And so I think we need to be deliberate about it. We need to be able to have the opportunity for council colleagues and myself to look at the entire piece, and would rather have a informed decision and not have to hurry to make the call on October 5th. So I do want my colleagues on the council to take this opportunity to ask any questions, any concerns, and then help direct us to our decision-making point on the 18th. Vice Mayor.
City Manager, what would that date be pushed back to if it's not January 1st?
More than likely, it would be February 1.
Okay,
in
so it's
that
not like,
part.
the following fiscal year. It's just a month.
No, but it'll move just based on the timing to get that accomplished. So, Mayor, this is what I would suggest then. We will work as a team to respond to the questions. We'll provide that in writing, and we'll get that to you by the end of next week. In the meantime, the city clerk may have to have already noticed those, or at least put those items on the agenda, and we'll need to either just continue them, or hopefully we can take them off before it's even posted. So I think Tim had something else to add. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Manager, Mayor, and Council. I just wanted to verify that staff has direction to move forward with the assessment of potential changes to the parking meter enforcement hours. That's the only part that we didn't have absolute clarity on. So I just want to make sure that you wanted us to proceed with that assessment.
Yes. Councilmember Kozaczek.
What is the process for incorporating the Kevin and Paul's memo and the looking into tiered commercial rates?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, we will go through a review and an analysis. That is not a quick thing. We won't be finishing that in time for this discussion, but we can give you an update as you are having conversations. We can update you periodically on where we are with it. I do expect that it is both a use and a cost component to that, so we'll be looking at that. So I'm expecting that it'll take us several months to do that. However, we can keep you updated as we keep coming back to you for more discussion on the rates. Thank you.
Alrighty, without further questions on this item, We're moving on to item 10, which is our participation in Colorado River compensation. Item is scheduled for 20 minutes. We are running about 20 minutes behind, and then we still have other items on the agenda that we have to get to. So what we'll do is we'll move on to item 10, take a little 5-minute break, and then come back and tackle our item 11 and then 12 and the rest. So, Mr. Manager, item 10, time is reserved for staff to update mayor and council on the city's Central Arizona project water allocation to the Colorado River system. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is a report. You'd given us direction previous, so I'll have John Kamik update you on the latest information with regard to that topic. John.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of council, just a quick update of where we're at this summer and where we're at today regarding the city's offer to leave water in Lake Mead. So direction was given earlier this summer to pursue compensated system conservation for leaving a portion of the city's CAP water in Lake Mead for calendar year 22 and calendar year 23. As updated previously, the Bureau of Reclamation's 24-month study has determined that a Tier 2A drought declaration for January 23. This equates to a 592,000 acre-foot reduction to Arizona's allotment, and it also prompted the Secretary to ask for conservation of additional 2 to 4 million acre-feet from the system by all users across the basin to protect both Lake Mead and both Lake Powell. So over the last couple of weeks, an agreement has been reached with the Bureau and CAP to leave a portion of the city's CAP allotment for this calendar year in the lake with compensation. The compensation agreement is similar to the 500-plus plan agreement that occurred earlier in the calendar year that the city did not participate at the time. But other communities, like Phoenix, Scottsdale, and Peoria, they are all working on similar agreements that we have with the city of Tucson has. The agreement, in short, is will compensate the city $261.60, and it is up to 30,000 acre-feet, as was council direction. That will equate to about $7.8 million in revenue. There are also some savings from water not being delivered, but there will be a slight increase in our rates from CAP during the reconciliation process of the following year. Question comes up every now and then about what is up to 30,000 acre-feet. That is because we order water in a calendar year, so we're entering the last quarter of the calendar year. So right now, Tucson Water staff and CAP staff is doing an audit and accounting of all the water that's been delivered up to date, so we get a hard fixed number that we can contribute. We think that number is somewhere gonna fall somewhere between 27 and 29,000 acre-feet for this year. We are also still working and talking with the Gila River Indian community about a partnership to leave water with them as part of their intentionally created surplus program, and that agreement would allow us to leave water with them in the lake with the intent that they could deliver back to Tucson once conditions improve sometime in the future. We also have Chris Avery here for any questions, as he's been part of the direct negotiations.
I want to congratulate Tucson Water staff. John, you've done an amazing job, as well as Chris Avery in their negotiations and being able to steer Tucson Water in our position as a city of Tucson in all of this very difficult conversation. I'm very happy to be able to share with you that I testified in a Senate committee of Public Works, Environment and Public Works, and was able to announce to them that the city of Tucson is proudly leaving 30,000 acre-feet of water in Lake Mead to contribute to the solution. I just want to say, that since day one, we, the city of Tucson, the mayor and council, have been committed to leaving water in Lake Mead and doing our part in the collective good and benefit of our river. I'm also glad to hear that ASARCO is one of the users that is leaving water behind. Cities of Peoria, Phoenix, and Scottsdale are also stepping up. I think that ASARCO should do more, to be honest. Other cities and extractive companies need to come to the table, especially California. And in my conversation with the Department of Interior. It was very clear that water experts in that department are going to continue their effort to bringing every state and every user to the table. Of course, in Tucson, we've given direction to Tucson Water to bring us more actions related to what we as a city can do policy-wise, as well as with the help of our residents. Hopefully, you have that list of policy ideas to us soon. I think that we have to continue asking what can be done. I think the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Kozachik talked about golf courses using our potable precious water to water their turf. I think that's preposterous, and that has to change. My one question is, what is Tucson Water planning to do with the $7.8 million in compensation for conserving water?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. So with that money, we'll end up back in the Tucson Water Fund balance, but we do have infrastructure needs. We do have needs like PFAS that was brought up earlier. So that money will be applied to making our system more resilient or acquiring more water resources or cleaning up the water resources that have been impacted.
Yes. Any of my colleagues? Councilmember Cunningham?
It's a really good agreement. It's really promising that the 5 other jurisdictions in Arizona have been part of the agreement. My issue, as I've always stated, is that I want California to do what they say they're going to do. They've got to come to the table next year. It's great that the biggest issue on this one is that we're leaving that water in, and so now Lake Mead has a higher level because of what we did, and that doesn't trigger a shortage that actually affects California. It sounds like the Department of Interior has kind of laid down the law and said, well, that's not going to work. That's how it was conveyed to me. And so that's, again, my biggest concern. I know you guys worked really hard to kind of bring it home. So I appreciate it. And we'll see kind of what happens, because this is going to be our thing for the next probably 48 months of our life, just trying to figure out how to reconfigure the compact from 1922. I can't believe it's 100 years old.
Any others? Alrighty, hearing none. Thank you so much for the update. Wonderful work, John and your team. Chris Avery and our legal team. Incredible work. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. What I'll do now is, before we start item 11, we're going to take a 3-minute break and then come back and finish item 11, 12, and of course 13 and 14, which are our regular items. So 3 minutes, and then we'll be back. Item 11, I requested an update on efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city of Tucson is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners. And before I give you the space and the mic, Mr. Manager, I just wanted to set up this conversation. And first and most importantly, thank the city manager and city staff for bringing us this update. I know this isn't just one department effort or just the responsibility of mayor and council. I know that based on the direction that mayor and council have given you, Mr. Manager, you put together a task force. And this is an issue that mayor and council have made a top priority of housing unsheltered people, of providing the services that we need to provide to both residents and those people that we find in need in the streets of our city. We also understand the needs for safety and security of business owners within our community, and that this is a holistic approach that we're taking as a city. From the very beginning, this particular mayor and council have been diligent at providing different steps in terms of use of housing needs. And we have made housing affordability and housing first, and different entry points in terms of need for those unhoused residents of the city of Tucson. And I know that many city departments participate in looking at the issue of unsheltered people in our city. That includes Tucson Police Department through their homeless outreach team and their MIST program, as well as our Housing First team, as well as our fire department, as well as our environmental services, our housing department, as well as city manager, mayor, and council. This is a holistic approach that we have brought together to find solutions. And now I feel as though with all of the work that we've put in, I'd like to make sure that the community and my colleagues on the council are updated on the steps that we've taken up to today. Also to inform the public and our colleagues on the council as to where we're going next. We are dealing with houselessness and unsheltered folks. We are dealing with societal issues that are not just happening in the city of Tucson or in our state. They're happening throughout our country, and it takes more than us, right? It takes partnership with Pima County, with the state of Arizona, and ultimately as well with the federal government to provide us the guidance and feedback and funds to be able to help with all of the issues that cause homelessness. And so in August of 2021, I directed the City of Tucson's Housing Community Development Director, Liz Morales, to create the housing affordability strategy for Tucson. That affordability strategy, we've been taking steps to attend to our different needs in people being able to afford housing. Since then, we have regularly requested updates on community safety, health and wellness, on Housing First, on our police department and crime, as we heard the last time we met, on 911 communications and others, to direct the resources and craft the policies to find solutions that will help us to house the unsheltered in our community in a way that is dignified and respectful, provide wraparound services to help transition our houseless residents to more permanent housing, and to direct cleanup efforts in our community and the needs of our neighborhoods and our businesses. You know, I recently attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors Leadership Council, where I was able to hear from mayors across our country, as well as Adrienne Todman, Deputy Secretary of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, as well as Mr. Jeff Olivet, Executive Director of the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, and other people who are working diligently on this complex problem that is affecting us here in Tucson and every city across our nation. This presentation today is an update so that we all know what the city has been doing and what the next steps and the intentions that we have on our next steps. So with that, I'd like to pass the mic over to our city manager, who has been putting together, based on our directive, a task force. And also something that I just want to make sure that we share, because I know that you're doing it too, Mr. Manager. I've reached across the bridge right here and talked to our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors. They too believe that Pima County has a responsibility to respond to these issues. They want to partner with the city of Tucson on housing affordability and homelessness in our community, because it's not just happening inside the city of Tucson, it's happening throughout the county. And so I am feeling very positive about the partnerships with Pima County. I'm feeling positive about some new news that we have coming from the state of Arizona, and I'm looking forward to additional response and funding from our federal partners as well. So, Mr. City Manager, it's your
Thank you,
mic.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. I normally try not to be too long-winded on these, but I think there's a lot of movement, a lot of things that would be of value to update you on. I'll try to summarize them and then open it up to questions. I do want to introduce the folks that are at the table here. Mari Vasquez is someone who I just tapped. I mentioned that in the memorandum, who will now be our interagency resource manager. So we'll talk about that here in a minute. Mari won't necessarily making a presentation this afternoon, but I did want you to know Mari is our point of contact for you as we go forward, but more importantly, quite frankly, is that she'll help with the coordination both internally and with other agencies. We also have Brandy Champion, who you all know, our Housing First program manager, and she'll give a little bit of an update on some outreach. And of course, Liz Morales, our Housing and Community Development Director, will talk a little bit about some of the shelter efforts that we've got. So Mayor, just starting off where you left off, we have formed a task force internally, and it was really just an opportunity to get pretty much the entirety of the ELT together to talk through and coordinate and make sure that we are really focusing energy and effort and making progress with regard to our unsheltered population. What I provided in the materials is really a fundamental approach. What I've looked at, and by the way, we do meet weekly. I do attend those myself. I've not delegated that, and I probably will not delegate that for the foreseeable future. I think it is important that if decisions need to be made, they're made there. It is a task force that is basically established to get people what they need in order to keep moving. So big focus has been and really will continue to be the cleanup. A lot of the areas that you've seen and I've heard from you and from neighbors as well as businesses is there's a lot of trash and things that need to be picked up. So we put a lot of energy and effort into that. We've also been working on an assessment tool to identify what type of response we need to have. We've broken it down into 3 areas. The first is those areas that need to be cleaned up where there's no one there. It may have been an encampment at one point. It may have been an area where there was just trash that accumulated. We will go in and clean that area up. The second is when there are unsheltered people present, but based on the assessment tool, we have found that they're not causing any harm to anyone, and so we will go in and clean it up. And that is, there's some criteria for that. And then the third is when we determine through that assessment tool that we need to relocate some folks. we will go in there and give notice. We will relocate them and then clean up the area. I do want to emphasize one of the pieces in the memorandum and in the materials is that of the business community. I know that you get many comments and complaints and concerns from business owners. I want to make sure that you know that is a high priority for us, and I've directed the staff to move very expeditiously in addressing complaints and comments. It's not perfect, and we obviously get more concerns and complaints than we can get to on any given day, but I am pleased to report that of the 115 or so concerns that we've been given in terms of cleanup, we've addressed over 100 of them already just in the last several weeks. And by the way, the task force has been in place for, I believe this is our 6th or 7th week, maybe 8th week actually. So it has been going for a bit, and we will continue to do that. Mayor, you mentioned walking across the bridge or across the plaza to our partners at the county. I did want to mention to you that we have had them attend the task force meetings. They are part of that effort, and you might know from my briefings with you, I do meet with County Administrator Jan Lesher on a weekly basis. We talk about a variety of things that we're partnering on, and this effort is one. So I'll come back to next steps here in a bit. I did want to mention a couple of other things before I turn it over to Liz and Brandy. First, we are working with a local nonprofit called the Splinter Collective. You've heard me in my private briefings mention that. The idea and the spirit and intent of that is to mobilize the nonprofit community. Mayor, you mentioned connecting some of the unsheltered with needs, or I'm sorry, with services and addressing their needs. The key piece to that is we're not in that business necessarily of providing, mental health or drug abuse or drug challenges. So we have to rely upon our nonprofit partners. And so the whole thought there is to mobilize the nonprofit community to assist us, both in terms of providing service with parks and other open space, but also helping us with some of the outreach. And so we're going to try that as a pilot. I'm hopeful to get that in front of you on October 5th during the meeting. You'll see that agreement that'll come to you. In addition, I know that Councilmember Fimbrez for actually years now, Mayor, I think you've attended some of those meetings. I think all of you may have, has been spearheading the, I think it's the Homeless Coalition meeting. They're held, I think, quarterly. And so I just wanted to point that out because part of the cleanup effort is an expansion of the homeless work program, which I know you've heard me talk about in the past. So just a quick recognition of that. I know that all of you have in some way, shape, or form been involved and engaged in that effort of really addressing some of these pieces. One way that we're looking at engaging the neighborhoods and the nonprofits is through vouchers at the landfill, where if folks want to pick up trash in the neighborhood, they're able to take it to the landfill. We're working through some logistics of that to make sure that there's an opportunity for people to do that without spending money out of their own pocket to help clean up the community. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Morales. I asked Liz to give an overview of the shelter and situation as to how our involvement has been and some of the plans that she sees on the horizon. Then she'll turn it over to Brandy and then back to me.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. I will go ahead and start with a couple really good news. First, we did receive a commitment from Arizona Department of Housing to expand the homeless work program that the city manager just discussed. Arizona Department of Housing has committed $2 million, which will result in us increasing the current program with an additional 4 crews. And it's not just the homeless work program. There's additional components to it, which includes additional shelter capacity and navigators to assist those persons being served through the homeless work program, and funds to purchase vans and a mobile shower unit, as well as a truck to tow the mobile showers. This program is really critical in the sense of both the city and the state are matching the dollars. It's also looking at hopefully expanding that partnership to other nonprofits. We really want to expand the work opportunities to be more permanent, more sustainable, so that the individuals who are doing the work not only get a daily wage, but they can also move on to stable housing and stable income. And so I want to thank Arizona Department of Housing for, and I believe we were their first proposal. It was a first come, and as long as it met all their needs, they were more than happy to work with us. So we're in the process of working on the contract. I also want to talk about, Brandy will shortly share an update on the existing sites that we have, but I do want to say we know these sites have been very successful, but they are limited. And so we know that there's a greater need for shelter. And so one of the things we're doing very recently is starting to look for space, whether it's leasing a large empty building or a warehouse, something that can allow us to do a large congregate shelter, and maybe working with either our local shelter providers or having the Housing First program overseeing, depending on the capacity. But what we know is it has to be low barrier. It has to have the Housing First model for this to really work. So we're in the process of working with real estate to help us identify potential property in which we can do that. And of course, provide those options of where we might be able to do that with mayor and council. Finally, I want to say there is another opportunity with Arizona Department of Housing. We have one additional hotel that's under contract that has a parcel with it. Our hope is if Arizona Department of Housing approves our proposal, they will provide us the acquisition and rehab money, and we will turn that into permanent supportive housing. What we know with the programs that Brandy and her team do, that shelter is critical, but permanent supportive housing is really what's needed. So if we, Arizona Department of Housing, if we're able to get in quickly enough and they approve that, we can see adding at least additional 30 units of permanent supportive housing, options for people who have subsidies, rental assistance, that are having trouble finding them in the private market. So that's another item we're working on right now. Brandy?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'd like to give you an update about our shelter sites and our outreach. Currently, we're housing 152 people at 4 different sites. Wildcat has 44 rooms and currently serves 70 participants. Anklam has a total of 41 persons right now. There's 36 persons for individual rooms, and we have a unit in the back that can house 2 families. The Oracle site, we have 20 people. Currently, we can house up to 26 people at that site. If there's larger families that have a need, we can bring in cots and other things and house up to 26. At Notel, we currently have 16 rooms, and we have 21 persons very recently serving them there. And over the next 60 days, we plan to bring online 60 more beds by expanding our capacity at the Notel and the Wildcat House, putting 2 people to a room so that we can have more space for folks. Outreach, their day-to-day outreach happens with encampments, and right now they're working on homeless protocol really diligently with our team that Mr. Ortega talked about. We're working closely with Community Safety, Health, and Wellness on the I-10 corridor. We're about to start that process here very soon. Tomorrow, I think, is their first outreach there. So we'll be working with them to do a cleanup there throughout the I-10 corridor. And Liz?
Yeah. So that's our update, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Liz and Brandy. We'll get to questions in a minute. A few other things. I know that City Attorney Rankin's been working again. This is about tools and making sure that it's an all-inclusive effort. And I know some folks had been asking questions about certain pieces, so I thought I'd turn it over to Mike for a quick update.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. And I know that you've been getting questions as well about, well, what city codes are in place and are they being enforced, et cetera. And the answer is that the city codes are being enforced and enforced appropriately within the constitutional contours that are established through state and federal case law. But our experiences are such that we do have some opportunities to clean up our codes and make them better and more plain in terms of the ability to enforce them while still allowing protected constitutional activity to occur. And one example is the code we have in place regarding safety at traffic intersections, and particularly the use of medians for different types of activity. And that code dates back to the year 2000. And it was written based on the case law that was controlling at that time. Over the last 22 years, that case law has evolved a little bit. And we've consistently given direction to the police department as to how to enforce that code provision without violating anybody's constitutional rights and while still protecting the ability to engage in expressive activity. But we could clean up the code to make it more clear. So one way to improve the tools that are available to the city is to clean up that code, and I'll be bringing that back if the council's comfortable with that at the first available council meeting to show the changes so you can discuss it and consider whether to adopt the amendments.
Mayor, just a few other things to summarize. One of the things that you all had seen about probably 4 weeks ago was a reporting tool. I think we called it a survey, but it's really more of a form or a reporting form. Thank you for participating and helping us test that. We've made some tweaks to it, so thanks to the staff that have really gone through that. So we're hoping to launch that within the next 30 days. My expectation is that that will not only help to provide information to the staff, but also help us in distributing resources as may be needed. You heard a couple of comments from Liz and Brandy about the different types of shelter. I think it's important that we keep this in mind. So we got all hands on deck going through the cleanup. And there was a suggestion yesterday, I believe, from Councilman Kozachik's staff with regard to packets for businesses so they know what we can offer and what we can do. So we're working on that. I thought that was a great idea. But that's kind of short term. I think the longer term is to really focus on low, mid, and high barrier type shelter leading to permanent housing, as Director Morales mentioned. I think that's going to be really important. I just wanted to let you know, and I provided some information to you before under the community safety discussion on how much we're investing. We're investing just over $10 million in the effort, all inclusive. Keep in mind that's a mixture of some general fund money, some investment plan money, and some ARPA money. But we've got a variety, and that does not include everything. That does not include everything that Liz is doing, nor Chad and all of the other groups that are involved in this. But just kind of on the surface, that's what we're investing. Also wanted to suggest to you, Liz had mentioned the mobile showers. I wanted to just take a quick minute and talk a little bit about that. We did have a nonprofit that was providing showers to our unsheltered population. As we looked at it and studied it, we thought and I still believe, and made the direction to Housing Community Development to purchase a mobile shower unit. Basically, what that will do is be taken around the community on a we'll call it a regular basis or regular schedule. I see that as an interim solution. That is not a permanent solution. But as we move folks from unsheltered to sheltered and providing services, that's a fundamental human need that we will provide. We have, at least at this point, thought through the way we would move it around. It would be staffed. We do know that there are some faith-based and some nonprofit partners that might be interested in helping us with that. So we will, once we get it, we will be chatting with them about that. You will see in the not too distant future an agreement with Salvation Army so that we can lease theirs. And we'll bring that to you for consideration in the again, probably in the next couple of meetings. Last thing, Mayor, in terms of next steps, I'll leave that up to you. I would like to get some direction in terms of more formally partnering with Pima County. I'd also suggest that maybe regular updates for you to consider, so I'll leave that up to you.
Manager, I do want to give some time for our colleagues on the council to add to the conversation, and we're running late. So what I would like to at least set up the table for is that you have said that you've had Mari leave her TC3 position. Mari Vasquez is here at the table and has been coordinating with the task force you're put together. And the task force, as I understand, is specifically the doers, all the people that are hands-on and that are experts in their fields and that are putting together a strategy to provide the services and remediate, cleanup, et cetera. What I'd like to have my colleagues consider giving direction to the city manager on is to create a co-funded position with Pima County to specifically address the needs that homeless communities have here in Tucson, and everything in conjunction in terms of the services and help coordinate all of the efforts that both City of Tucson and Pima County are working on and can work on in the future. And then also I'd like to ask that we have an update scheduled in conjunction with the community safety update that we just requested at our previous meeting. So those are two possible directions that we could take today and then take it from here. So one, to give direction to the city manager to coordinate a position that is co-funded with Pima County to specifically address homelessness. And then two, requesting that we have an update and that we put this in conjunction with our this particular topic in conjunction with our community safety presentation. So with that, I'd like to open it up for my colleagues on the council. I know you have questions and comments, et cetera.
Madam Mayor, I'll make that motion to move on your recommendation.
So there's a motion. Anyone would like to second, or do you have a conversation?
I'm going to second it for the purpose of the
Discussion.
conversation. I've got a bunch of stuff to go over on this one.
Okay, so there's a motion and there's a second on the floor. Who wants to start with the commentary? Because I know everyone has some concerns. Councilmember Cunningham.
Let me start with the
Madam
motion.
Mayor,
Oh, go ahead, Richard. I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Mayor, we need to build a stronger relationship with the county and build strong, collaborate together. I think Mike has been doing that with Jen this year. Make it stronger. This will help us. I like my comment is.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
Couple things. Do we have anyone in mind right now for that position? And the reason I ask is that I'd rather just appoint him. I don't want to have to wait 6 months to go through a hiring process. If we know the person we want, let's be transparent about it and get him hired. The bottom line is that either one of the deputies or somebody who's running Sullivan Jackson or one of those folks, this person we're going to hire, and then one of our folks here, they're going to form kind of the homeless trinity of Tucson, and they're going to work together to kind of get all this stuff done. So we might as well start that process now, because we don't want to fiddle faddle with it. We want to move forward. So that's the first piece I'd say is, if we've got somebody in mind, we might as well just be transparent and get that position going. The second piece I'll talk about with regard to this is, it's really about that inventory and about getting everybody in the room. And one of the pieces that we have, and the other thing I want to remind everybody who's involved in this, is that this challenge is every city is facing. Maricopa County had a street homeless count in 2019 pre-COVID of under 1,500 people, and they're over 5,000 right now. We've got situations around the country with different shanties in 10 cities that have expanded in a lot of cases about 450%. The other thing that we're finding is that we've got a lot of folks in shelter that aren't what you'd consider that traditional client and that traditional homeless. You've got a lot of folks in shelter who have been essentially are between homes. They've been evicted and they're having trouble finding another spot. And those are the challenges we're facing. And that kind of, it's like an accordion. Every single other challenge causes other cranks in it. And we've got to understand how to work with this. I'll say this. Number one is that this conversation, whatever we do, I think we've got to push for like a summit where we get certain folks in the room at the same time. And we have to have the principals there. Everybody usually sends staff, and that's great. And then you go and get a tour later. I've been doing this a while. That's how it works. And you kind of know what's going on, but you don't know what's going on. We've got to have everybody in the room who make those decisions in the room. That means the county attorney. That means the public defender. That means the presiding judge for justice court. That means the presiding judge for City of Tucson court. That means the presiding judge for Superior Court. That means the Pima County Sheriff. We have different needs. You know, the needs in this crisis are interesting in that there's a numbers game. There's a numbers need, and that's just pure number of bed spaces. We have to get our numbers need fixed, and that is where we just don't have enough space for folks. We used to, but obviously because we have so many folks that are between homes, that's put a number back out on the street. And we can't even go to them and say, 5 years ago, you could engage someone who might be having a personal crisis and say, hey, do you want to go to shelter today? And we'd probably be able to find them a spot. We can't do that right now. So that's one piece. We've got to handle our numbers piece. The second thing we have to handle is our engagement piece, like the quality of our programs. One of the things that happens is that we'd go to folks and say, hey, can we get you to a shelter today? We'd get them in, and they'd clean up, they'd shower, and they'd leave shelter within a week. Now that's changed too. And Wildcat Inn is a really good example of where we've had success in engaging that. The last piece is the mandated care piece, and that's the trickiest one of them all. That's the situation there where we are engaging folks and we're trying to meet them where they are, and they're not doing their part. And that's the touchy one. That's the one that like no one wants to talk about because it's hard to. Because we want to help folks, but some folks right now in the situation they're in aren't really excited about being helped. But if we don't intervene at some measure, they can pose a danger to our community and our peoples. So we've got to, it's a complex issue. We can't do it without everybody coming to that table. So I'm willing to set up this trinity with a county person, a city person, and a liaison between them.
Councilmember Cunningham?
But I really want to, I'm almost done. I really want to set up the summit where we put all the principals together so we can align all these resources we have. We have a lot of resources in Tucson, but they're still not aligned. They're not centralized as they could be. And if we can get there, I think we'll be one of the leading cities in this, in addressing this issue.
Councilmember Cunningham, I think you make incredible points. Absolutely. That is happening already. The task force is the beginning of those that are doing. And that's why it's important that this task force be put together. There's a difference between stakeholders and people that are actually doing the work on the ground. And the task force that has been put together are the ones that are doing the work on the ground. I'm glad to hear that Pima County is part of that. And then as the city manager and the entire group continues to decide, then they can continue adding pieces of the puzzle to continue finding solutions for this really complex issue. Vice Mayor, I know that you wanted to speak, and Councilmember Kozachik after that. No.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm still curious about the number of shelter beds that were available pre-COVID and then post-COVID. My understanding is that some congregate shelters still haven't gone up to their full capacity. And so I don't know how we have that conversation. But I'm grateful I had the opportunity to travel to the Bay Area this past week as part of the League of Cities. for, council presidents or vice mayors of large cities. And just hearing from San Jose that, and San Francisco too, that the cost per unit of housing is $800,000 or more. And so just how devastating it's been for them. They've been, dealing with this since like the tech boom, of folks not having access to affordable housing and folks being displaced. But they've been trying to figure out how to create inventory for affordable housing in a cheaper and more affordable way. And they were just trying different things out. I know they're also a municipality that has a lot more funding, but have really been capitalizing on their ARPA monies to build prefabricated modular housing on public lands near freeways. I was also able to tour a tiny home community in San Jose called Evans Lanes. It serves as a bridge housing for families experiencing homelessness and provides about 49 units of housing with 121 beds and wraparound services that's specifically designed for families. They're also, I just shared this document with Liz about their citywide residential anti-displacement strategy. And so they're, list out the strategies, but they're even looking at like how do they amend their city's general plan around zoning code for their YIGB land use. And that stands for yes in God's backyard, and seeing that a lot of churches have overdeveloped parking lots. And so how can they allow for 100% deed restricted affordable housing on those parking lots and doing those private-public partnership with churches? I was just kind of inspired about like, let's, it's tech city over there. How do we innovate even in our city services as we're addressing this housing crisis? So I'm interested in exploring more of what has worked and hasn't in other cities, because I also got to see like a camper RV park in San Francisco that was costing the city millions and millions of dollars for just a 1.5-year contract. And they weren't quite sure, how they were still going to help transition folks from that into housing, because that for them was, it is their home and not wanting to move from there. I want to continue to encourage that we need low barrier congregate shelter beds. And I know Liz just mentioned that's going to be an essential part of the continuum of supportive services for our unsheltered neighbors. We know that many shelters that exist right now continue to exclude pets, couples and families, or require religious affiliation or impose religious-based rules. Or those who exclude folks who aren't sober, which closes the doors to many of the services, or at least getting folks into shelter. My team recently also visited a new 200-bed shelter in Phoenix in District 8 that was propped up with ARPA funding. They used an old DMV building as a space, and even though they didn't have showers and all the things ready, they worked, with community groups, the private sector, to get those mobile showers and washer and dryer machines, just to get something going. And so I think it's important that we continue to look for those options and that they be spread across the city, that they not just be concentrated in Ward 1 or Ward 5 or Ward 3 in areas that we're seeing more of, just this transitional housing. I think it's important that we spread it out. And I know that the mayor and I have talked in the past about the program that TPCH used to run, that it was called Homeless Connect. And I'm not sure if we've had that program happen in a while, but to have a one-stop shop like the Homeless Connect, where folks can go and get services, is, I think, something that we need to consider. And finally, I just want to acknowledge that we've had a lot of folks from the community coming to us around the feeding permits at the parks. And I think it'd be important to revisit and create a convening of a stakeholder meeting with county public health officials, city officials, and community mutual aid organizations to discuss what's working and what's not, and how we can move forward and better collaborate, while also protecting, the public health of our unsheltered members.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else?
I'll
Councilmember?
just add really, really quickly, I don't want to set up yet another layer of bureaucracy by hiring yet another staff member. And so, Mike, you and Jen figure out what this person is actually going to do, so we're just not adding another layer that the issues can get kind of submerged into and just disappear. I appreciate all the comments. Finally, I would say this, that if we're talking about a coordinated effort, the one group that's missing from the table are the police. And there have been concerns raised by the community that and Mike Rankin started to address this, that we are ignoring the law. In fact, we are getting people with this team into the services that they need. There is a fundamental difference between doing that and addressing when people are actually committing criminal activity, throwing bricks through windows and all that kind of stuff. So we are doing it all. And so anyway, I'm principally interested in what this person is going to do. So we're just not saying, here's a new staff member, because we've got lots of staff members who are working on this right now. And the misnomer in the community is that we're not doing anything. And in fact, and several of our people have mentioned this, highly complex issue, and it is nationwide. And so I think this council, to the extent the Board of Supervisors is involved, they deserve to be commended. Our city staffers deserve to be commended. And look forward to continuing the conversation as we just dig deeper into it, because there's so many different moving parts to it.
Mayor, thank you so much for the conversation. I heard the direction. I don't want to get in front of my colleague Jan Lesher. I will work out the detail there. I think it is something we've discussed, but certainly I don't want to get in front of them as well. So what I'm hearing is, let's figure out how we can work together and potentially fund a position and define it so that we aren't necessarily, it's something that's going to help us versus a bureaucracy. So we will certainly take that as direction, Mayor.
Do you want us to give you this direction so that you have the possibility of co-creating something with Jan Lesher? And so we have a motion on the table. Do you want that direction?
Yes, Mayor, that would be great.
Okay.
Just give me the flexibility to ebb and flow, whatever that looks like.
How
that's
you're
all.
going to fund it and how and co-create the position. Okay. So I mean, we will. What I am going to recommend that we bring this particular conversation to study so that we can further update the community of all the action steps that we're taking. Thank you to all of my colleagues. Every single one of the council colleagues and I are committed to finding solutions. I know that our city manager, every single department director is committed to finding solutions to this. We will bring back this item as we are bringing the community safety discussion as needed, so we can continue informing. And I want to thank my colleagues and our city manager, department directors for bringing solutions to the table and wanting to work in partnership with other jurisdictions and nonprofit organizations. So with that, there's a motion on the floor. There is a duly seconded motion. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the update. We are going to finish this agenda. We have item 12. Time has been set aside for a discussion of the process and timeline for renewal of the Downtown Tucson Enhanced Municipal Services Improvement District, known as the BID. I would encourage the participants or the people here in attendance. We still have a few items on the study session, so we are not going to start our regular session at 5:30. So please feel free to either exit right now. This item's going to take about 10 minutes, or please keep as quiet as you possibly can so that we can hear the speakers and we could have a discussion at the table. With that, item 12, discussion regarding renewal of downtown Tucson enhanced municipal services. I know that there are several presenters here. Mr. Manager, how would you like to address this?
Mayor, I'm going to have Barb open it, but we are very cognizant of the time, and I have asked Kathleen to keep her comments short, so we're hoping to maybe 6 to 8 minutes, including her presenters, to give you an opportunity to ask questions. So Barb.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. So the discussion today starts the process for the renewal of the Downtown Tucson Enhanced Municipal Services Improvement District, which will expire June 30 next year. Formal action by mayor and council will be required in order to extend the Business Improvement District for an additional 5 years, but no action is required today. We will come back October 5th with a resolution for your consideration. Today, we simply want to offer the opportunity for the Downtown Tucson Partnership to share some highlights of the work they have been doing to create a welcoming, safe, and vibrant downtown. With that, I'd like to introduce Kathleen Erickson, President and CEO of the Downtown Tucson Partnership, to share a brief presentation.
Thank you, Barbara. Given the hour, and I know you've got a lot of pressing issues coming up as well, would you like us to come back maybe next week and table it?
No, I think we can plow through it.
Okay, great. All right. Well, hello, Honorable. It's very quick. It's a 5-minute presentation.
Okay.
And then we have a 2-minute video too.
Happy to listen to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City staff. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Kathleen Erickson, in case you don't know me, and I am the President and CEO with the Downtown Tucson Partnership. We also have joining us Deputy Director Zach Baker, Chair Tom Heath, also Board Member Fletcher McCusker, and he is also Rio Nuevo Board Chair, and then behind him Larry Hecker, who is our former Chair. So I appreciate this invitation to share this information with you today. And you've all, Zach, would you mind handing out, could Zach distribute an annual report and strategic plan for you? Okay, so Zach's gonna bring these around. So our annual report is a succinct overview of our organization's past year's accomplishments. And this past fiscal year, we came together as, can you do the thing too? As a community to create 2 critical action plans. We have a 5-year strategic plan that was completed and also a strategic diversity plan. And these plans provide focus and direction for our organization as we move forward into the future. The new 5-year DTP strategic plan identifies goals and objectives focusing on clean and safe initiatives, connecting those in need with services and housing, filling street-level vacancies, and activating and maintaining public spaces, as well as marketing and promotions. The new DTP Strategic Diversity Plan outlines 6 goals to ensure that the diversity of our community is welcomed and included in our downtown activities, and the diversity plan is part of the 5-year strategic plan. DTP created a Building a Downtown Tucson for Everyone grant program this past year. We also created the DTP Social Justice Committee, which awarded these 6 grants to various events and programs taking place in the downtown. And we're welcoming people that were not otherwise felt welcomed or attracted into the downtown traditionally. So we're really reaching out to the diversity of the community. Although it was a great year for planning, it was also a year of responding to critical needs in the downtown, and downtown Tucson is experiencing the devastating effects of a nationwide opioid crisis, as you all know, primarily through a fentanyl drug ring, which is taking place at the Ronstadt Transit Center. Increased drug trafficking led to more violence, drug overdose, mental illness, and a growing number of homeless individuals living on the streets. It was nothing short of a state of emergency in downtown Tucson, specifically at the Ronstadt Center and surrounding area, and this is affecting and impacting small businesses and daily operation of the downtown community at large. We needed to respond quickly to the situation at hand and reached out to our partners for help, which include, of course, the City of Tucson, Police Department, and Rio Nuevo. You both answered our call. Fletcher and his board approved $500,000 to fund 2 off-duty police officers for 1 year. We immediately met with TPD, Suntran, and Ward 6 to implement the off-duty schedule and defined focus area. The team concurrently implemented a series of recommendations to address the safety and maintenance issues surrounding the Ronstadt area. And we continued to meet weekly to address the issues at hand. In the first 30 days of the off-duty program, 80 arrests were made, all drug or firearm related at the Ronstadt Center and in the Armory Park. 33 on the first day, 11 on the second day, and an average of 3 to 5 following days. This program has been transformational. We now have less drug dealers and users on the street in downtown, and the word is getting out that we are not allowing drug sales or use in downtown. DTP safety ambassadors also received Narcan overdose response training through the Pima County Health Department Community Mental Health and Addiction Program. DTP safety ambassador, Jose Garcia, saved 2 lives in the span of 1 week last year. And our work at the Ronstadt Center has had citywide implications on the transit system as well. People feel safer and are starting to ride the bus more. It's not perfect out there, but we have a lot of work to do, but it is getting a lot better. We also partnered with Ward 6, TPD, and the City Parks and Rec Department to convene a neighborhood meeting at Armory Park. We had a great turnout consisting of residents and area businesses. There was a successful activation in Armory Park in August, and we are meeting with our main partners to discuss next steps and continued activations, beautification, and security. Everything we do is a partnership with others, and last year we also partnered with Pima County to conduct 4 public space activations located at Stone Plaza and also Pima County Historic Courthouse. We provided design assistance and acted as a liaison between local businesses and the City of Tucson, permitting process for outdoor streeteries and cafes. And of course, we continue to promote downtown's very popular Desert Nights Downtown Lights holiday campaign by promoting holiday businesses, special events. We continued the coordination of the building illumination program with 60 properties participating and tight-wrapped 141 street trees and LED lights. And I'd like to thank the City of Tucson for co-sponsoring that event with us. We continue to keep our new website up to date and relevant to the happenings in downtown. And Zach updates the content weekly, if not daily. We drive new views to the website through a number of promotional activities, the use of QR codes, and a very active social media network that has a combined following of 124,000. For instance, a recent post on social media drove 11,000 views to our event calendar. So in conclusion, these are just a few of the highlights that we had from the past year. And you can find, again, a more detailed listing of all of our work from the past year in the annual report. We also have shared with you the 5-year strategic plan. Please dive into that as well. And, with our help of essential, partners, with our help of partners like the City of Tucson, we're doing essential work out there. We appreciate your partnership. I have a 2-minute video that I'd like to share with you. And if there's an opportunity for our board to speak for a few seconds, that would be appreciated.
Can we pause on the video for now and see if there's any commentary, input, feedback from our colleagues on the council? And then I do want to give the time to, if the board chair or any of the board members, one of them, if they could come up and add if they want to add to the discussion. Colleagues? Steve? Steve and then Vice Mayor.
Beginning of the process, and this comes back next time for, all right, well, I just think the operative word in DTP is partnership, and it's their staff, it's the city, it's their board, it's the downtown business owners, Park Tucson General Services team. So this has all been a combined effort, and so I'm grateful to Kathleen and her team and Fletcher and Ray Nuevo for stepping up and really helping, and the city staff as well. It's been a lot of work, and the ESA is a result of a lot of joint efforts. And so The DTP staff handles the clean, safe, and activated parts of it. Kathleen had to rush through that, but the partnerships that we've seen in both Hakami Plaza and Armory Park, and just in the very recent past, have been just excellent examples of the kinds of things we can do, and we're all pulling the same direction. So that was it.
Vice Mayor?
Hi. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I know that we are in a time where we're waiting for downtown links to be completed, but I am hopeful as we redirect traffic outside of downtown into downtown links that we look at how we're making downtown safer and more pedestrian friendly, and include discussions of how to close streets during periods of high activity, post downtown links. I think it's important to highlight that. And then, to continue, we know that for generations before us, downtown was a vibrant place for Mexican American communities. And I want to make sure that we're continuing to support our small businesses and fighting, displacement and providing business owners locally with incentives to bring them downtown. Also, how do we continue, to diversify the DTP board, and that we look at, just creating opportunities to preserve legacy businesses and really enhance our cultural roots here in downtown Tucson.
I'd like to add to those thoughts. I too agree that downtown Tucson has a long history, a beautiful, diverse history, actually, and we used to have very lively spaces where downtown really was part and continues to be the heart of our city. I see an opportunity to strengthen downtown Tucson partnerships connections with our indigenous and Latinx, Mexican American, and indigenous heritage, as well as being able to partner with this particular mayor and council, which represents the entire city, that could give feedback and input and advice, because downtown is as much, mayor and councils as it is downtown Tucson partnerships. And we want to be a good partner to the mission and that work that downtown Tucson partnership does. As policymakers, mayor and council want to be able to help alleviate the concerns that downtown Tucson partnership has. So I think that being able to have in your strategic plan, and I know that your strategic plan talks about cultural identity, and it's mentioned a few times in your plan, we could help. We could help and partner to make sure that the events that you have are inclusive and reflect the diversity that the city of Tucson has in terms of the people and our residents. I really would love to be able to, continue our discussions. You talked about in your presentation the struggles that you that you've seen the last 2 years with the results of the pandemic. I saw them too. And, I just want to make sure that you understand that this particular group of policymakers feels that we not only want to help alleviate some of the concerns you have, but we want to make sure that we're seeing our small businesses thrive and grow, and that we continue evolving to be the diverse downtown that we've seen before, and that we can continue seeing into the future. I was really concerned with the pandemic because most of our businesses downtown are small businesses, their health, and their ability to survive. We saw some that couldn't and didn't survive. But what do we do now to make sure that they not only survive, that we show them the city of Tucson is paying attention, along with our downtown Tucson partnership, and Rio Nuevo as an incredible partner in this effort, and that Pima County, I noticed that you partnered with Pima County before, that we continue bringing our downtown into the economic thriving downtown that we have. So I know that we're starting the process. I want to continue the conversation. I don't think we should wait until we have to approve the start of the process of continuing the bid. I think we could continue having opportunities as needed to have this conversation of how we improve our partnership and how we improve the cultural identity that once was such a big part of our downtown, and into the board and into the workforce that you have. So I don't know if there are any other commentary, input, feedback, but I invite, if there's still the desire to add the voice of a board member, I would love to invite them.
Sure.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you very much for the opportunity. I will be very brief. Do not need to go through my notes. My name is Tom Heath. I'm just beginning my second term of chair for the Downtown Tucson Partnership, which is a pretty diverse group of stakeholders interested in the common goal of making downtown the vibrant community that you've just described. And I can tell you that I've lived downtown for the last 7 years. I have a business downtown. I inadvertently started a touring company and have done close to 100 tours of our downtown area, highlighting the very cultural and beautiful things that you've talked about, Honorable Mayor. And I can share that our board is very much in line with your thought process. Our strategic plan was built from the input of hundreds of stakeholders, from residents, business owners, policymakers, and the 5 objectives that we came upon were a result of a lot of conversations. And the Social Justice Committee was formed specifically to make sure that we increase downtown as an opportunity for all to enjoy, all that want to live, work, and play. And that also includes the work we need to do on our board internally. And that is a priority of our governance committee this year to extend that goal. Also want to thank you, because we have on our executive committee a member through Mr. Ortega's staff, and they have direct input on what we do. And we're very fortunate to have that, and we look forward to a stronger relationship in that area. I think you have in the Downtown Tucson Partnership that collection of Pima County, Rio Nuevo, the City of Tucson, and the business community, that as they work together, each one is getting a significant greater return on their investment for the dollars spent. And we can use this as a way to find solutions that will work in downtown and can resonate out into the rest of the community. So I appreciate the support of the Downtown Tucson Partnership. And personally, as a resident and a business owner in downtown, I just want to express my gratitude to the staff for helping us with the not just the clean and safe, but making sure that our morale in downtown has remained strong over the last few years, which quite honestly, without them, we would have suffered tremendously. So I do appreciate your time on that and look forward to a stronger relationship as we move forward with some of these objectives.
Thank you so much for serving on the board and for being here today. I also want to recognize Fletcher McCusker is here with Rio Nuevo Board, who has been an incredible partner in helping reinvest and re-envision in our downtown. Fletcher.
Thank you,
Madam
Mayor. Excuse my laryngitis. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, hello from Rio Nuevo. It's nice to be back in City Hall. Just a quick piece of context as you deliberate the renewal of this bid. A year ago, I think you heard from us how Rio Nuevo and our merchants downtown suffered through the pandemic. We are a state tax TIF. Our revenue dropped from $2 million a month to zero. I can report to you gladly today The most recent revenue month for the district you know as Rio Nuevo was $3.4 million. That translates to over $60 million of revenue in a single month within our district. Who's driving that? Pedestrian consumers, restaurant goers, entertainment venues. The TCC has never been busier. The Fox Theater is thriving. The Rialto is thriving. Our restaurateurs will tell you, in spite of those that closed, for everyone that closed, it's been backfilled by a new restaurant. They're 30% ahead of where they were pre-pandemic. That's a credit to all of our collective vision about downtown. In the last few months, Rio Nuevo has enabled 15 local restaurants. Many of them are minority or female-owned, and will continue to do that. What that means for all of us is an unbelievable amount of pedestrian traffic coming to our downtown core. What the DTP does, for the most part, is behind the scenes, but it's never been more important. Clean streets, painted curbs. Every planter you see downtown has to be hand-watered. There's no irrigation to any of this. They literally walk around with a wagon and spray things. It's litter-free, it's clean, it's safe. The purple shirts are the best ambassadors we have downtown. And yes, security is an issue, but we're working on that collectively. So I urge you to really consider not only renewing the bid, but do what you can to expand it. Thank you very much.
You know, and on that note, the Vice Mayor and I were just talking about what's the next step. Are there conversations about expanding the bid? And is that a step that we have to do now, or do we just start the process? What's next, Mr. Rankin?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council. So the first step is the renewal, and what'll come back on October 5th will launch the notice that goes out to all the property owners who are assessed within the bid. Starts about a 60-day process of public comment for those folks to comment about the continuity of the bid. If there is any desire to talk about an expansion of the Enhanced Services District, then we can have that, and it doesn't have to be right now. You can talk about it at a study session at a time of your choosing, and then move forward from there.
Okay. Did you want to ask particular geographic questions?
I would just be interested in the frontage road area. I'm always going to be the one talking about the impact of the freeway to our west side neighbors and just the disconnection with downtown. And because it's also a corridor for tourism, hotel stay, that might be something we take into consideration moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that being able to have that particular conversation in terms of the expansion, but also how we assure that the priorities of the mayor and council in terms of policy priorities, I'm thinking about affordability, about equity, about making sure, I think you talked about it, anti-displacement strategies, inclusivity in the activities in our downtown, our small business strategy, and how we expand incentives of small businesses, support of our small business community in our downtown and throughout the city, and how we continue aligning those priorities with the Downtown Tucson Partnership is important. And of course, how can we as the city of Tucson continue being a good partner when it comes to community safety, health, and wellness of our downtown? Are important things to continue sharing notes and communicating with each other about. Barbara, do we need a motion to start the process, or will that happen on the 5th?
Honorable Mayor, that'll be the item for the 5th. It'll actually be a resolution, and if it's approved, then the notices will go out to start that comment period for the question about the renewal.
You should note that your government colleagues, the county and Rio Nuevo, we voluntarily pay into the bid.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for your partnership, Fletcher. To you and the entire Rio Nuevo board, we appreciate everything that you're doing for our city. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Erickson, for coming to present to Mayor and Council. With that, thank you, Barbara. And we're going to continue. We move on to item 13. Are there any state and national legislative regional committee reports for discussion?
Mayor, members of the council, just a few quick updates on federal and state issues. First, I distributed to council answers to Councilmember Fimmers's questions on a number of different federal issues. I'm happy to answer questions about that. Also want to congratulate you, Madam Mayor, on your DC trip and your testimony to the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee on infrastructure projects, both ones that are underway as well as those that are planned here in Tucson. Many priority projects and programs are going to be supported by that bill, and you were able to tell the Congress and the country about those projects. Two quick news items. The U.S. Senate voted today to overcome a procedural hurdle in order to move forward on what's called a continuing resolution. This is important so that the federal government doesn't shut down Friday night. Friday night is the end of the fiscal year, and they need to pass this continuing resolution to keep the government open. They got through a big hurdle today, and so hopefully that will move forward and there will be a final vote before Friday. And then finally, because the clock's ticking, I did want to make sure Mayor and Council and anyone listening knows that the November 8th general election is coming, and the deadline to register to vote is October 11th. So those who want to make sure that their vote is counted for that election, you have till October 11th to make sure you're registered to vote. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to ask my colleagues to send their questions in if they have any questions on this item for purposes of saving time. But thank you, Andrew, so much. Really appreciate all of the work that you do for us. If you want to, do you want to? Vice Mayor. She has a pressing issue to talk about.
No, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted for the record, also acknowledge that Pima County judge ruled last Friday that pre-statehood law banning almost all abortions can be enforced, effectively outlawing elective abortions in Arizona. I just wanted for the record to state that at this time, part of the code also included that no Black, Indian, or Asian could testify against whites. It forbade all marriages between whites and non-whites and defined the age of consent at 10 years old. So setting us back a long, way back. And so I just wanted to read that for the record so that we continue to engage and fight to protect our rights.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 14, does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? I do. I have to pull the item. I think it's a consent agenda item regarding Title VI. All three of them. Okay. Any others? We move on to item 15. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Seeing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin. I think I'm going to give us about 10 minutes, a little bit of a break so we can run, stretch our legs, and then come back. So we're going to meet here at 6:10. And study session is adjourned. The next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. Thank you.
Commissioner Santa Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Here.
Commissioner Dahl.
Here.
Commissioner Lee.
Here.
Commissioner Fimres.
Here.
Commissioner Kozaczek.
Here.
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Are we moving to item 2?
No, ma'am, we're on the PHA.
Okay. Item 2, Public Housing Authority update on the waiting list opening. Ms. Morales?
Acknowledge our public housing resident, now Commissioner Carl Hill. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for joining the commission. I also want to introduce our new housing administrator over housing, Donald Paredes, who's now overseeing all of housing. I want to share very briefly a very important event that only happens every 4 to 5 years, is the opening of our housing wait list for our housing choice voucher programs and our public housing programs. This is a critical moment where we know people are reaching out to us daily, multiple emails asking, how can I get into affordable housing? So we want to make sure we do this, one, correctly per HUD regulations, but more importantly, that we're reaching every potential resident that wants to be able to access this wait list. And so ensuring that we do that appropriately, and I bring this to the commissioners so that you could, one, be aware to provide any guidance that you have regarding this. There is a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if it'll be on the screen, but what I'll do is start with just the background. The purpose of the wait list is to establish an order for applicants to offer housing. It's the mechanism also to implement preferences. We have preferences around persons that live, work in the city of Tucson and Pima County, and also preferences around homelessness. HUD does require that we have a process, and it helps us also identify the need and the demand when we open the wait list. Finally, I want to share that the last time the city of Tucson opened its wait list was in January of 2017. So it's easily going to be 6 years since the last time we opened. As far as the way we would open, HUD, and I'm on the third slide now. Make sure. Thank you. So the process for which we will do our process is called a lottery or a random selection. This is important because it provides, the other method is date and time order, which has caused historically people to line up waiting to apply. And in order to avoid that, the random selection is the best way to go. It also provides fairness and equitable access for programs, especially for persons who are older adults, disabled persons, and persons with limited English. And of course, those who just can't do technology, we also are ensuring that they have equitable access as well. Next slide. So in our steps to reopen the wait list is, one, we have to amend our policies. There's 2 policy documents that will be coming back to the Board of Commissioners for your approval. We have to provide at least a 30-day notice. We will likely provide a longer notice to ensure people know our process. And we're going to use various methods, utilizing media, even going as far as just posting flyers in public spaces, using our Spanish media tools, and really word of mouth through our network of providers, landlords, even reaching out to all those persons who applied for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, trying to use all resources to get this information out. We are looking for community partners, which we're currently coordinating and reaching out to help us open their sites if they have computer rooms or just access to staff to help people apply. When we do open, we expect to open it for 21 days, and it will be primarily through an online application portal, but with an opportunity to do other means of applying, whether it's a paper application, we'll offer it in Braille, large print, whatever the need is. We also are going to be translating our application in at 3 languages, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese, per our researching of census and what the most used languages are. And I think I'm on my last slide around timeline. This is an estimated tentative timeline. We do want to come back if there's a meeting November 22nd, come back and get approval of our policy documents, then start our public notice period and get the outreach to the community, and then open it up for the public first week of January with a close date by the end of January. It will take us a little bit of time to make sure the applications are not duplicated, and then do the lottery or the random selection and notify all applicants that were selected and what date and time order through a notification by the end of February. Again, this is how we designate, pull people off our wait list will be based on their lottery random selection number. So that is in essence the process, and I'm happy to take any questions or any direction of how you'd like the wait list opening to go.
Any questions by the commissioners? No, this looks great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation, and I just want to make sure that I put it into the record. This is City Manager's PHA Communication Number 7, dated September 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Liz, do you need any direction or any? This is just an informational presentation. Excellent, perfect. So we go on to item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 8, dated September 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2022-008 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2022-008 relating to public housing, authorizing the approval of the write-off of $23,779.87 in public housing tenant accounts receivable as uncollectible and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Aye.
Aye, and welcome, Mr. Hill. I didn't get a chance to tell you that.
Commissioner Dahl? Commissioner Dahl?
We can't hear Suzanne.
How's this? Is this better?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Fimbres?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozaczek?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
And Chair Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2022-008 passes by a vote of 8-0. Item 4.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 9, dated September 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the May 19th, 2022 report?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Item 5. Adjournment.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting, and I'd like to welcome Commissioner Hill to the board. Thank you so much for your time and service. The city council will now stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz. Here. Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation today will be given by Renee Figueroa of the City Clerk's Office. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hello. Good evening. This one? Thank you for bringing us together this evening, healthy and open-minded. I would like to pray for our mayor and council members today. I would like to ask that you grant them wisdom to govern with a sense of welfare and true needs of our citizens. Give them the ability to work together in harmony and as a team, even when there are disagreements. Deepen their love for our amazing city and their desire to serve it. Please give them assurance this evening of what would benefit the citizens who live and work in our beloved city of Tucson. Amen.
Item 2C.
Proclamation of American Indian Awareness Days.
I would like to proclaim September 25th through October 1st to be American Indian Awareness Days. I don't know if there's, yes, there it is. All righty, this is exciting. Thank you so much for being here. This is a proclamation of the City of Tucson on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor. Whereas American Indians have been the inhabitants of this region for thousands of years, and whereas American Indians contribute to the community's cultural and economic well-being and continue to improve our community by involving themselves in all aspects of government and community service. And whereas American Indians actively provide recommendations and input into the decision-making process of the educational system and participate in ceremonies related to the history of Tucson. And whereas American Indians promote activities and enhance the general economic image of the Tucson community. And whereas American Indians are calling for an even deeper involvement in our education, local, state, and federal government, and the general development of our community. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim September 25th through October 1st, 2022, to be American Indian Awareness Days in this community, and encourage all our citizens to appreciate and support the efforts of the American Indian community in Tucson. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 27th day of September 2022. Thank you so much, and congratulations, and thank you for all the work. Do you want to say a couple words?
Sure. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. We greatly appreciate your recognition, valuable contributions in the history of our American Indian community here in Tucson. Thank you.
Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 250 dated September 27th is received into and made part of the record. There are no appointments at this meeting, correct? Alrighty. Are there any personal appointments to be made at
Madam
this
Mayor,
time? Councilmember Fimbres?
Madam Mayor, I would like to appoint Becky Quintero as the Ward 5 representative to the Parks and Recs Commission. Where is it in the documentation that's needed?
Any others, Councilmember? I don't think so. Okay. Item 3,
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 251 dated September 27th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, so we are going to give our colleagues that are with us virtually the opportunity first, and then we'll come to my colleagues that are here with me. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so very pleased to report that the Tohono Nation, through their gaming distribution, has given City of Tucson an $80,000 grant for Mansfield Pools, where we'll be able to erect a shade structure, hopefully in time for next year's summer, and hopefully next year's summer won't be as dry as this year's summer. Nevertheless, Mansfield Park is and the pool there is an important place for many kids in the neighborhood, a neighborhood that doesn't have a lot of private pools, to cool down in the summer and enjoy some great social and recreational time. Thank you very much to our neighbors, the Tohono Nation.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Fimbres?
Hey, Madam Mayor. Other than the good citizens of Ward 5 who donated 200 pounds of food to Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona during the recent drive. Thank you to all those who helped the Community Food Bank for their work to help those feed those in need. September 10th, James Thomas Park, La Fiesta, Neighborhood Association, La Vista had the Fiesta Mexicana block party attended by the neighborhoods who enjoyed games, prizes, as well as other activities. Council Raul Orcelo Durazo from the Mexican was the president. Coro dancers who entertained the neighbors congratulating to Las Vistas. Neighborhood for a successful event. Thanks to the work of the efforts of South 6th Avenue and 29th Street, had a wonderful new bus stop installed on September 21st, which is also a tribute to, which is thanking them for their service. I thank DTM Manager Director San Credo, Eric Lotto with Suntran, Annette Anaya with Arizona Department of Corrections, Pima County Supervisor Dan Exum in the City of Tucson, South Tucson, Assistant Mayor Bob Dessel, Vice Mayor Aaron Lopez, City Manager Virginia, for their efforts. Who worked with me and the Ward 5 Council providing the shelter for the riders who had not had ever even had a bus stop, bench at that stop, which was funding from the Ward 5 Council budget helped to provide for this, along with the most used Suntran routes. I'm working to get more bus shelters built and installed in Ward 5 and the south side. Next one being coordinated is in the Silver Lake 29th Street area. So September 24th, the Sugar Hill Coalition held their 2022 All-American All-Star Awards. The Donna Liggins Community honoring individuals who work hard for the Sugar Hill community. I was presented Ward 5 certificates of appreciation with medallions of hope to Betty Louise, who had lived in the work and helped the Sugar Hill neighborhood for over 50 years. Bernice Malone, who at 99 years how many Rose children for serving Sugar Hill for more than 30 years. Congratulations on honoring the Sugar Hill Coalition at this event. Madam Mayor, on a sad note, Pancho Medina passed away yesterday. Gwendolyn Howard. He was a longtime community advocate, activist, and labor leader. His leadership, expertise, and knowledge will be missed. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kozachik?
Just one quick one. Saturday, October 22nd, TPD is joining with Toys for Tots in the Geico parking lot, 3050 South Martin Luther King Jr. Way, for a free giveaway for toys for the needy in the community, and everybody is welcome. It will run from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham?
I have no announcements this week.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Thank you, Mayor, for changing it up today. The Ward 1 office will be at the Pima Community College Fall Student Involvement Fair tomorrow, Wednesday, September 28th from 10 to 1. If we have Pima College students who are on campus and want to stop by our table and talk about how they can get involved in the community, please stop by. We're also with Fuga and the Sunnyside Foundation partnering for Fuga's monthly Bicicleteada del Sur, starting at 6 p.m. at El Pueblo Center, located at 101 West Irvington Road. If you don't have a bike, you can reserve a Tugo bike by sending a message to the Fuga Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter at Fuga Tucson. And then finally, this Saturday, October 1st, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., the Rose Neighborhood Association will be hosting their annual neighborhood fiesta. This year, they're inviting neighbors to Lamar Park to celebrate the upcoming improvements to the site. Lamar Park is located at 4159 South Elizabeth Drive. And thank you to our mayor, Romero's office, Tucson Clean and Beautiful, for their support in organizing this great event.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had an update for this particular item. I just wanted to share that I represented Tucson at the U.S. Conference of Mayors Leadership Conference in Miami. While there, I was able to collaborate with mayors across our country, exploring best practices that will help us address the complex issues facing our communities. I was also able to hear from subject area experts and representatives from the Biden administration and federal departments to help the city of Tucson identify opportunities for funding and support to meet our needs. The meeting included sessions on mental health for children and youth, addressing the challenges of accommodating immigrants and migrants in our cities, broadband access, bipartisan infrastructure law, funding and implementation, illegal guns in our community, reproductive health and abortion access, tourism, arts, parks, and entertainment, and affordable housing and homelessness, as well as voting rights. After my work at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, I took a plane directly to Washington, D.C., where I joined my Assistant City Manager, Tim Tamir, and Department of Transportation and Mobility Director, Sam Credio, to meet with our congressional leaders and federal administration leaders. We had meetings and addressed issues such as PFAS concerns, our infrastructure needs, Tucson's climate resiliency plans, migrants in our community, and of course, funding for the city of Tucson. I was also able to testify before the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works, talked about Tucson's water supply and how PFAS impacted our resources, the way that Tucson and our residents are affected by heat and being on the front line of climate change, our infrastructure priorities and opportunities to leverage federal funds available through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, as well as the partnerships we had with Pima Community College and the University of Arizona, particularly in terms of workforce development. It was a very, very busy time, but we had an incredible opportunity to meet with our federal delegation and with administrators of the Biden administration in important departments such as the Department of Interior, the Federal Transit Administration, amongst others. It was a great opportunity to talk about what the needs in our community are. And kudos to our federal lobbyist, Tracy Tucker, who kept us working from 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock at night. So it was a great trip and very, very productive. So with that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 252, dated September 27th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. No report this evening.
Alrighty. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 262, dated September 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 1 request for a new license and 11 requests for special events. All are in compliance with city requirements, so the appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 5C1 through 11 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issues except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Please introduce yourself and let us know whether you are a paid speaker or representing a group or here on your own volition. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take any legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I have a lot of people, varied issues. I'm going to try and pepper the issues. If you hear someone say what you intended to say, please try and stay to the issue and the topic, make your point so that you can give as many community members the opportunity to speak to call to the audience. Our first speaker is Stephen Myers.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Stephen Myers Foljam. I am a resident here in the city of Tucson. I am here tonight as an unpaid representative of the Tucson Lesbian and Gay Alliance, more commonly known as Tucson Pride. I'm reaching out this evening because we, after a 2-year pandemic-induced hiatus, we're returning this weekend for our festival. Unfortunately, we mailed in our liquor license application and found out this week that it was not received. So essentially what that boils down to, we reached out to Miss Glenna Overstreet with special events. She advised us that it's not likely that our application would be approved at this time. I just wanted to speak on the matter just to advise the council that following a 2-year hiatus, that's placed our organization under significant financial stress, and the loss of that liquor license would have nearly a $30,000 impact on our bottom line. So I am asking for any kind of assistance at all that the city can provide us in getting this cleared so that we can go forward with our event this weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, is there anything that can be done about this concern?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, without the item being on the agenda, there's no action that the mayor and council can take or discuss. But you can give direction to staff to follow up, to try and find out what happened and report back.
Can we make sure to find out what happened and see if there's any further direction that can be given to try and avoid this situations like this? And I don't know if there's a possibility to help on this particular issue. If there is, if you can attend to it.
Yes, Mayor, we'll do all of those things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Enrique Espinosa Jr. Enrique Espinosa Jr. Alrighty. Javier Martinez.
Hello, everyone. I'm a community member of Ward 6, and I am not a paid speaker. I know I've been here recently during the last council meeting, and I, of course, know it takes a community to enact change and to be a part of the discussion on how to enact that change. So I want to take a moment to ask our people here. Raise a hand if you've seen a member in your neighborhood who's been unhoused or is unhoused. Don't be shy. Thank you. Now raise a hand if in that neighborhood you live in, you see lots or spaces underutilized where people can reside in or receive aid. Raise a hand if you would even take part in providing aid to our unhoused if those spaces existed. So the resources are right in front of us. It's untapped. More folks are becoming a part of this discussion, wanting to contribute in aiding our unhoused, our vulnerable throughout Tucson. The networks are building. As my friend had encouraged the council before, work with us. Because it's not just one individual who's proposing solutions, but a collection of members already doing the work. We just need involvement from all council members. As I heard Sharai Jimenez state at a subcommittee meeting this month, and I quote, "The development standards we have are all geared towards single-family sprawling development." So this is evident that even now, the work to move away from this reality is underway. I understand that. With the city developing long-term plans. But the city needs to implement a step 1 before we get into step 2s and 3s. Shelters and transitional housing are already straining under this crisis. The city needs to implement a foundation of care and solutions before those long-term plans have materialized. So please, some of your council members have Victoria DeVasto's contact info. Please reach out to continue working for immediate action now. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Stephanie Sill.
City Council members, Madam Mayor, I'm here to weigh in on Ordinance 11959, which is the amending the housing source of income to prevent it from being an issue when the rent application is submitted, or in some cases, permitting a rental application to be submitted in the first place. I want to say that I strongly support this. I am a landlord here in Tucson. I have 12 units of rental housing. I cannot tell you how many people I wish that I were able to help, but I would never not rent to somebody based on their source of income. $1 that you get from Social Security will buy the exact same amount of anything that $1 you get from being employed as a coder in Silicon Valley. So I hope that this will pass, and I'd like to say that I hope that this is just the first step.
Thank you, Ms. Sill. Suzanne Schaefer.
I'm Suzanne Schaefer, Tucson resident, representing myself, trying to think of this as fun instead of nerve-wracking. In 2016, I served on the city manager's transit stakeholder advisory group. In 2018, I participated in the transportation department's transit connections focus group. In each case, the group was given a specific purview that did not include coming up with ideas for how to fund our transit system. But in each case, by the end of the sessions, at the insistence of the participants, we spent significant time presenting and discussing such alternatives because it was clear that we could not achieve our community's shared goals for transit unless that issue was addressed. If this council decides that the social, logistical, monetary, and human resources costs of collecting transit fares are too high in exchange for the revenue we can realistically expect, and if that forces a reckoning with the need for a reliable source of funding for the system we all want, then we may just be on our way to truly making our community more connected and accessible for everyone. What this choice is about is fundamentally how we see transit and access to mobility in our city. If mobility is a public good, something essential to being a fully functioning member of the community, then it's a service we put out there to be used, and having people pay by the ride or pay to become a card-carrying member of the club that gets to ride is counterproductive. If my apartment is on fire and I don't call the fire department, my neighbors' apartments will burn too. If I don't use the environmental services, I create hazards in and around my home. If I'm a parent struggling in poverty, the community wants me to have access to books that will help me lift up my kids, whether I have any money or not. We maintain our parks as a community resource. For any of these public goods, these social infrastructures, if we see the need for more resources to provide them at the level we want, we look for ways to share that cost across the community. We don't seek complex and high-tech ways to collect payment on a per-use basis, and we certainly don't aim to put the highest burden of payment on those who need the service most. If transit fares were not already a thing, it's not the thing that we would invent now. I'll close by saying that on Friday night I was volunteering with Tucson Food Share, and I took a call from a person who had just gotten sheltered by a temporary housing voucher from the city, and they were staying at a motel near Grant and the freeway, but they had no money or food. They were asking us for a delivery, but we were too booked up to get to them right away. I was, however, able to tell them that the Suntran Route 9 would pass by in front of the Circle K on Grant Road at 7:37 the next morning, and that they could get on and come pick up free groceries from us at Grant and Stone. People often ask, what good is a free bus if the service isn't great? But one could also ask, what good is great service if I can't get on the bus? Thanks for your time.
Melissa Starr. Melissa Starr.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Melissa Starr. I am a resident of Tucson, and I am here to say a couple things about the transit situation, along with the Why I Ride group. So as the person from the downtown partnership noted, more people are riding the bus, and there are a lot of safety issues downtown. As an individual, low income, non-traditional, returning student, walking around by myself to get where I need to go all over the area, especially when it comes to campus, is difficult. I have a medical condition, and as the mayor noted, Tucson is on the front lines of climate change. We're dealing with extreme heat, and while it's a thrill to walk across the campus in 100-degree heat, it's not something that I think is easy for everybody to do consistently. Besides that, I do have a car. Not driving my car and taking the bus and taking Sunlink helps with the environment. It also spares my car from potholes, which are lurking everywhere lately. Not to mention the fact that the Fed raising the rate, things are costing more. Just being low income, struggling to pay for the school and everything that comes with that. Putting the transit fares back into play would be really, really difficult. The person from Rio Nuevo was talking about the increased pedestrian traffic. So you reduce the access to mass transit, you might be reducing the pedestrians that come and go and help out financially. You're also increasing car traffic, which already constitutes like a very high rate of pedestrian car instances. So that's just something that I wanted to put out there so that that would be taken into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Andrew Haynes. Andrew Haynes.
Thank you. I have a written statement. I'll just read it. I'm here to submit comments on the proposed bill to transform Reed Park with added green space and the removal of the baseball fields. I ask that the council choose not to move forward with this proposal and instead keep the baseball fields as they currently are. There are solid arguments on both sides, and I'm not going to retread those, but I would like to share my own experience and what those fields mean to me. I grew up in Oro Valley playing on Little League and school teams there my entire childhood. While Oro Valley and the surrounding Tucson area have a lot of Little League and Junior League sized fields, bigger fields could only be found at Reed Park and more recently at Keno. This meant that my parents would drive me roughly 40 minutes down to Reed Park 2 to 3 times a week during my high school summer leagues. Each game would be followed by dinner at restaurants completely foreign to your average Oro Valley resident. Rocco's Pizza, Kingfisher, El Charro. They became staples, but also served as a vessel towards greater culinary discovery as I reached adulthood. As embarrassing as it is to say, without the drive to Reed Park, I might have never been south of River Road except for the occasional U of A sporting event, depriving me and other Oro Valley families of knowing what Tucson really has to offer. When it came time for my wife and I to buy a house, moving to the center of Tucson was a no-brainer. In fact, it was the obvious choice to make. One more story. My varsity baseball team in high school was about 12 to 15 guys, and during that summer league, we would naturally have less guys on the team due to vacations or just normal attrition. Our solution was to combine our team with that of another high school in the area. One year it was with Benson High School. Those kids made the drive multiple times a week. Those families had a built-in excuse to shop and dine in Tucson, and they usually took advantage of it. We made friends with the Benson kids, and it expanded my world, meeting kids from a different background. Another summer, we combined it with our arch rival, and where bad blood existed before the summer, love and respect existed after. The baseball fields at Reed Park allowed me to build a community not just across Tucson, but across southern Arizona. And I continue to use them and build that community through a men's senior baseball league. 18th century economist Frederick Bastiat held that a good economist focuses not just on the seen, but also the unseen. What we see are baseball fields with measurable income and measurable costs, but what goes unseen are the secondary effects. Families dining out after a game, perhaps shopping at Alcon Mall, building community outside of one's own bubble, attracting future residents. When deciding on this Reed Park proposal, I ask that the council members act like good economists and look not just at what is seen, but what is unseen. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I also have a copy of this excellent prose if any of you want one.
Thank you. Thank you. Casey Looking Bill?
Good evening, Mayor Regino Romero and the council. I'm an ambassador for Pima College. I come from a life of addiction, incarceration, and homelessness. I have been sober now 3 years. When I started this education process, I was at a 4th grade level. A year and a half later, I just received my GED last week, and I graduated on Friday. I am now going through the U of A's RSS, Recovery Support Specialist, Psychosocial Rehabilitation Program. I am the product of your compassion and continued support, and Pima Colleges at that, and their constant of resources, some untapped resources. Continued support for adult education in Tucson and in Pima County. I would like to thank Mayor Regina Romero for her recognition of National Adult Education and Family Literacy last week through her office's proclamation. And I would like to congratulate her for being recognized by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, COAB, as a champion for adult education. This is what your continued support looks like. And your investment in adult learners in our community. This is what it looks like. I would not be here today without you, without the support of Pima College education. Thank you for your continued support for El Rio and El Pueblo Liberty Adult Learning Centers, where thousands of adult learners get new opportunities every week. I am representing the change that this world needs. Thank you.
Yes, you are. Thank you so much. Sean Cole. Sean Cole.
Madam Mayor, council members, good evening. I'm assuming that's Sean Cody, so I'll jump up here. Appreciate your time this evening. Appreciate your efforts to shine some light on the challenges renters are facing in our local housing market. The Tucson Association of Realtors spends a lot of resources and time encouraging and promoting the federal fair housing guidelines. And so we don't support discrimination in housing or anywhere else in our society. But I wanted to thank Director Liz Morales for she's been very gracious with her time, reaching out to the real estate industry, talking about this ordinance with us. So I appreciate that. She's an asset to the city, and we look forward to working with her on achieving your other housing policy goals. While we don't support the source of income ordinance, there are goals in the HAS plan that we are supportive of. We have about 6,500 members in the community who understand your local housing market, and we're ready to engage and help out and achieve some of those goals. So with that, I would just add we're again in the middle of a very fast changing housing market. And so when you pivot from this ordinance, I would just really request that you focus efforts on those HAS priorities that actually increase the housing stock and benefit all renters. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Eddie Baron.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Eddie Barron, and I'm a first-generation student at the University of Arizona. And I'm also the ASUA Policy Director, and I'm here speaking today in support of the continuation of free fares. I'm a full-time student, and I currently work 2 jobs, so as you can imagine, that takes a lot for me. But having accessible, reliable, and comfortable ways of getting around downtown Tucson has been a huge help. Luckily, I'm able to live on campus with the scholarship I received my senior year of high school, but I have many friends who still commute to the university every day that have expressed to me the need for SunTrans services to remain free. Although I know that the city of Tucson cannot do this and tackle this issue alone, I'm hoping that our presence at these meetings will send the message to both City of Tucson and University of Arizona to come to the table and find solutions for students. The solutions are doable, but only if we have leaders willing to work together and solve these problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Baron. Thomas Reese. Thomas Reese.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, as well as the esteemed City Council members. So essentially, I wanted to take these 3 minutes to address the issue of water. So on 2 different fronts. The first one being flooding. So over the course of the year, we saw several other states having horrible 100-year floods, 50-year floods, so on and so forth. It's without a shadow of a doubt that we will have the same. My grandfather told me about the last one we had. Essentially how it practically shut down the entire city and essentially caused massive amounts of damage. I look at our current system, our current infrastructure for our drainage systems and everything along those lines, and while it may not be as bad as other cities, it could definitely be improved, particularly in Pima County, where we have so many areas that are so flooded on just regular showers that you can't even really pass through to get to a store. Essentially, I was at a rezoning meeting not too long ago where they were trying to pitch changing an area from desert into housing. And what they were showing for their drainage system was essentially dumping it into the same area that the water naturally goes, rather than establishing a new drain or rather than working with the city to have it flow in a different direction. They had it flow exactly over the same street that blocked off residents in that apartment area as well as in my neighborhoods. I worry that this is going to continue throughout the entirety of these zoning projects, that they're not going to plan for the future of these floods, and that eventually it's going to lead to this massive flood that damages several thousand people's homes as well as businesses. I think it is also an opportunity for the city as well, though. If you can collect this water in some way, shape, or form and use it for our massive amounts of grasslands that essentially don't need to be in this state. We don't need any golf courses. We don't need parks. What we need is water. And if we can use that water to essentially not only provide for people who are in need of it, that need clean water, but also providing for these ostentatious displays of money. If we can put that water into that, then essentially it'll kill two birds with one stone, helping those who have that money by continuing to have that luxury, and while helping people in my community to not have these floods. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley Hughes. Haley Hughes.
Hi, my name is Hallie Hughes. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm here representing myself and the Why I Ride movement. Some of my earliest memories of my childhood are tied to loving the wild landscapes of Tucson. However, those memories also include being forced to stay inside for many summer days because it was dangerously hot. In my 21 years of life in Tucson, I've personally witnessed a marked increase in extreme heat days. I'm nearly graduated from the University of Arizona with degrees in global change ecology and urban and regional development. What I've learned in the past 4 years of my education has explained a lifetime of my childhood experiences, and that is this. The world is getting warmer at a dangerous and accelerating speed, and it is because of CO2 emissions. Free Sunlink fares encourage public transportation, which is essential in reducing those emissions. I was overjoyed, Madam Mayor, when you recently testified in the Senate for the Environmental and Public Works Committee, presenting your vision of a sustainable Tucson and advocating for our most urgent environmental needs. Free Sunlink fares is one of those needs. As my many peers have been imploring you, the Sunlink is a part of a larger chain that holds together Tucson's climate resilience. Keeping the Sunlink free is a climate, public health, financial, and moral solution. I know that Tucsonans are familiar with heat, but what's coming in the future is anything but familiar. Heat is the #1 weather-related killer, according to NOAA. My peers and I gather here today knowing that we are on the front lines of increased heat-related illness and morbidity. Our fate lies in your hands. There is an intergenerational inequity when it comes to heat. A recent publication in Science shows that for a 3 degrees Celsius global warming pathway, a child born in the 2010s will experience 36 times more heat waves than a person born when you were city council. This unprecedented heat exposure will have grave health consequences for our entire generation and the ones following us. However, you have the opportunity to substantially reduce this burden. Getting global warming down by any number of degrees by reducing emissions and getting cars off the road will exponentially reduce the dangers your children and grandchildren will face. I know this city cares about its children and its citizens. Now is the time to prove it. I implore you to fight for free Sunlink fares. It is an artery that supports the heart of Tucson. Don't cut it now.
Thank you. Victoria DeVasto. Victoria DeVasto.
Hello. Before I start, can I just get a confirmation that Councilmember Fimbres is present?
Yeah, he's here with us. Councilmember Fimbres? He might be frozen. If you'd like to give your time to someone else while we figure out Councilmember Fimbres, or if you'd like to go now.
I'll wait. I just want him to hear this.
Alrighty, let me call someone else. Ben Bueller Garcia.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council. My name is Ben Bueller Garcia. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here tonight representing the Arizona Multi-Housing Association. I am a retained advocate. All of you received our December 21st, 2021 letter that outlines our position that the proposed ordinance, the source of income ordinance you're considering tonight, is a violation of state statutes that prohibit municipalities from adopting housing rules that exceed federal and state rules. This remains our principal objection to this ordinance. In addition to that, though, I'd like to add just some practical comments. We asked our members what their issue was with the source of income ordinance, and they basically came up with two answers. One, for many years, your Housing and Community Development Department was so badly broken that apartment owners were waiting 6 months to get payments. Waiting times to get inspections were just beyond what they could handle. Now, I will say that Liz Morales and our team have done miracles of turning that department around, so much so that we've been working with them to communicate and educate our members of how much better things are now and encourage them to come back and sign up for the program once again. The other practical reality is most of our members are at 95 to 98% capacity. That means that there are no rooms available, regardless of your income status. When you look at their average rates, most of the housing voucher recipients don't qualify just based on the rental rates. The rental rates in Tucson have been driven so much by the supply and demand problem that the housing vouchers just don't cover it anymore, so that's another problem. We have a supply side problem. We have to build more apartments. I'd like to suggest some other things that, as my colleague Sean Cody mentioned from the Tucson Association of Realtors, there are some things we can do right away. I'd like you to consider some of the other elements of the HASS plan. Allocate some of your excess budget capacity to bringing back the incentive programs like damage waivers and insurance requirements for some of the housing voucher recipients. Secure funding for the adoption of the very, very innovative and effective Section 8 housing voucher certification program currently being employed in the states of Oregon and Washington. More aggressively pursue other recommendations in your HASS plan, such as considering expanding the impact fee waiver program for private developers who want to build market rate apartments but are in that least rate spectrum for the housing affordability vouchers. Examine revising your density limitations. Reduce parking requirements along public transportation routes, which will allow more housing units to be constructed on the same amount of land. Develop a list of city properties that are available right now that could be put on the market, put up for auction, so we can begin development right away. Bless you. Mayor Romero, you were at the Legislative Housing Subcommittee, Housing Authority Subcommittee, and you heard just the horrible story of the apartment manager who says she's got 90 units that she would like to sign up and make available to Section 8 today, but because she's had so much trouble with criminal elements and vandalism, she's afraid that she cannot pass the inspection. The minute they get an apartment cleaned up and ready for lease, someone kicks in the door and takes up residency. So with a little bit of help right there from you and our law enforcement leadership, we could bring 90 units into the voucher program. Your staff has said there's 610 units they need right now. That's 15% of that. Together, working together, we can get this done. But by mandating the threat, if you will, of federal housing guidelines on our members, this is not the appropriate way to deal with the city policy. We do look forward to working with our staff and working with you to address this housing crisis, but there's other routes that you could take rather than the one you're taking tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have Councilmember Fibres with us? We do. We have Councilmember Fibres. Do you want to come back, Ms. DeVito?
Here, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you.
DeVito.
Hi, I'm Victoria. This is my third time.
Victoria who?
Oh, Victoria DeVasto. Hello, Councilmember Fimbres.
Hello, Victoria.
This is my third time speaking at this podium. Although I will continue to advocate and stand in solidarity with our unhoused neighbors, I do not wish to speak for them. This platform is mostly inaccessible to those most affected. We are working to bridge this now. I'm going to give you a scenario. A 19-year-old escaping domestic violence and actively experiencing houselessness. This person is unable to work and has no family supports. This person sleeps on couches, floors, and street corners. This person has reached out for help countless times. Emerge no longer has emergency shelter. All other beds are full. VI SPDAT completed. This person must attend all appointments weekly to keep their services. This person relies heavily on free public transportation. This person is struggling with addiction. This person wants to remain sober. This person is afraid to sleep at night, fear of attack or theft of their only belongings. This person is sleep deprived and uses small amounts of methamphetamine as a tool to stay awake at night for safety. This person feels guilt and shame. This person is resilient, strong, and motivated. This person is real in this city. Another scenario, a 58-year-old. This person has lived on the streets for over 10 years. Recently, this person was walking in a Quick Mart parking lot. A car sped into the lot and hit this person, then drove away. This person's leg is broken in 2 places. A bystander called 911. They were taken to the hospital. They witnessed an argument between physicians, drug seeking, homeless. This person received no pain medication. Their leg was bandaged in thin cloth with no cast. Within minutes, this person was back out on the streets. This person has access. This person cannot walk. A friend gave them an old wheelchair, and this was the most support they received. A few days later, there's a large bulge where the break occurred. This person is in immense pain. Their leg can bear no weight. This person is real in this city. These are just 2 examples, 2 of thousands. Councilmember Fimbres, we are calling on you. Ward 5 is home to many housed and unhoused community members. They are all your neighbors. Santa Rita Park, a centering point for many of your houseless neighbors, is barren of resources, social workers, and medical aid. A real question, do you value the lives of those in houses over the lives of those unhoused? And to this extent, we are extending an invitation to you. Let's converse. We can introduce solution-based approaches. We want to believe you care for all people in your ward. Mayor Romero, I look forward to meeting with you soon. To further discuss proven tactics, and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I hope to connect with you soon. We are not here just to make a statement. We are here to make progress and to see changes. Council members, there are actions, okay. Council members, there are actions each of you can take right now to benefit the most vulnerable in your ward. Let's talk about harm reduction. Let's talk about mutual aid and immediate action. Let's talk about boosting outreach workers, behavioral health workers, and small community-led projects. We can make changes tomorrow. Thousands of human beings are not living, but surviving in this city. Our community is asking, respectfully, again, please take action. Not in a year, right now. I'll be outside after call to the audience. Thank you.
Ms. Miranda Schubert. Miranda Schubert.
Madam Mayor, can we get her contact information? We'll contact her in the office, set up a meeting with her.
We'll get it to you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Hope you're having a good night. Thanks for giving me the chance to speak. Thank you for your consideration of enacting local ordinance in support of source of income protection, item 9, Wait, I need to introduce myself. My name's Miranda Schubert. I'm not a paid speaker, and I'm speaking on behalf of Tucson for Everyone, your local YIMBY chapter. So anyway, thank you for your consideration of enacting a local ordinance in support of source of income protection, also known as Ordinance number 11959. We've been circulating a petition to gather signatures in support of this effort. I believe it's at 130 signatures so far. I also emailed a link to you all. We urge you to vote in favor of this important initiative. State and local source of income protection laws and ordinances can help to expand the housing choices available to voucher holders, including in resource-rich neighborhoods where affordable housing options might otherwise be unavailable. Working to provide access to secure, safe, and affordable housing for all Tucsonans, sheltered and unsheltered, housed and unhoused, sheltered, street-based or living in encampments, is a basic humanitarian responsibility. Thanks for all you do to serve Tucson. Please vote in favor of source of income protection.
That was our last speaker, and we have some speakers left from ASUA, mostly Suntram Fairs. I just want to reiterate how important it is that you all come and present to us. And I think one of these speakers said we can't do this alone. It costs money to run a transit system from our general funds, which fund police, fire services, and housing services, et cetera, et cetera. We need the University of Arizona and others to partner with us on this. So just wanted to let you know, since there's concerns about the conversation that we will be having pretty soon at the mayor and council level. Thank you all so much for coming to speak to mayor and council.
Take it from the police. Take it from the police. Take it from the police.
Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through K.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B, ward redistricting, creating the 2022 Redistricting Advisory Committee, naming its members and extending its deadline to file written recommendations to mayor and council. We have an addition to the membership, which is one of the attachments to that item. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz has appointed Patrick Robles. Item C is approval to provide emergency service connection within the Santa Vera District of the Tohono O'odham Nation. Item D is a grant agreement with the Arizona Attorney General's Office for the Victims' Rights Program. Item E is a labor memorandum of understanding with the Tucson Firefighters Association. Item F is a final plat, S21-045, 910 North Ritchie Boulevard, lots 1 and 2. Item G is Title VI, Service Equity Analysis for Major Service Changes, suspending the Sun Express routes. That item will be considered separately. Item H is the City of Tucson Transit Services Title VI program, which will also be considered separately. Item I is a Title VI Service Equity Analysis for suspension of fares, which will be considered separately. Item J is an indefeasible right-to-use agreement with Valley Telephone Cooperative for use of 2 ducts within Grantor's communication system in the city right-of-way. Item K is a housing and community development, approving the affordable housing impact fee subsidy request for the Cascade Apartments. So an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through F and J and K.
A motion, please. There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the matters? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0.
Your Honor, the first item to consider separately is item G, the Title VI Service Equity Analysis for Major Service Changes, suspending the Sun Express routes.
Can we consider all the items that I requested to remove from the consent together?
Yes.
Alrighty. So which items are they?
Item G, Title VI Service Equity Analysis for Major Service Changes, suspending the Sun Express routes. Item H is the City of Tucson Transit Services Title VI Program. Item I is the Title VI Service Equity Analysis for suspension of fares.
I have expressed my concerns regarding the application of Title VI at the PAG RTA meeting before, and I've asked to explain my concerns. So I'm taking this opportunity to do it here at this table. I remain concerned about how the City of Tucson accesses equity and disparate impact in our transportation system. I requested these items be pulled for discussion because although we are meeting the requirements, we can check the box, but I believe we can do more and we can do better as a city. We can continue to dig deeper into our collection and analysis of data and equity-related impacts. I do understand that Title VI only covers discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin, and that the City of Tucson looked further at how our services and fares impact low-income residents. As we move forward, I want to submit to the city manager and DTM Director Credio for consideration the following issues. How do we make the determination of whether system or fare changes create a disparate impact? Do you ever analyze the converse, such as whether service or fare changes improve conditions based on Title VI categories, as well as by income and age demographics? What I hope the City of Tucson will be able to provide in the future is a clearer executive summary, how disparate impact is evaluated by route, a clear understanding of public engagement process that was followed, including what questions were asked, how residents were encouraged to participate, and what, if any, processes were used to engage residents who were not participating. I appreciate all of the work done by our SunTran team and our Department of Transportation and Mobility. And I appreciate everything done. But here in the City of Tucson, we have been clear that we must apply an equity lens to all our service conversations. I also believe we will continue to be better positioned to receive federal infrastructure dollars if we consistently demonstrate that our work reflects the city's goals for livability and equity. So even though we have done a lot of work, I want to make sure that we're digging deeper into the equity issues that concern all of us. Thank you to the Department of Transportation and Mobility, to the SunTran team. But I feel that we can do more with the information that we have and with the direction and the vision that Mayor and Council have established for our city. So with that, I'd like to have someone move the items, what is it, G through I on the consent agenda.
So moved, Mayor.
Second, Your Honor.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on these items? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty, we move on to item 8.
Public hearing, C8 22-02, revisions to previously adopted development review fee schedule to support new permitting system.
City Manager's communication number 257 dated September 27th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on a proposed fee restructuring for development review to support new permitting systems. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether you or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers in this public hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Is there anyone in the audience that is wishing to be heard on this item? This is a public hearing. Let me see. A public hearing on a proposed fee restructuring the development review to support new permitting systems in the Planning and Development Services Department. So saying that, is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none. What's the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I moved we close the public hearing.
There's a motion, there's a
Second.
second. Any discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure at this time? Ms. Clerk?
I'll read ordinance number 11954 by number and title only. Ordinance number 11954 relating to planning and zoning, amending ordinance number 11845 as adopted and approved by the mayor and council on June 22nd, 2021, which amended section 4 development review fee schedule of the administrative manual, a supplement to the Tucson Code Chapter 23B Unified Development Code by amending Exhibit B and delaying the repeal of current fees and setting a new effective date of the previously adopted development review fee schedule and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move we pass 11954.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
No.
No. That's a no, recorded no.
Thank you. Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Aye. Ordinance number 11954 passes by a vote of 6-1. Item 9.
Tucson Code amending Chapter 17 relating to human relations to prohibit discrimination in housing based on income source.
City Manager's Communication number 258, dated September 27th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 11959 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11959 relating to human relations, and fair housing, providing definition of source of income, amending Tucson Code Sections 17-1, 17-550, and 17-52 to prohibit source of income discrimination and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I'd like to make a couple comments before I suggest a motion. First of all, appreciate the suggestions from several of the speakers relative to changes we can implement with respect to housing that are consistent with our HASP plan. I would also suggest that those are not mutually exclusive of what we're talking about here tonight with respect to income source discrimination. I will be making a motion to support adopting the ordinance, but just a few thoughts to begin with. First of all, we all recognize this is not going to solve our need for affordable housing. Housing choice vouchers are very simply rent assistance, a rental assistance program. It doesn't forcibly reduce rents, and it doesn't prevent landlords from raising rents and pricing tenants out of the housing market. Our hands are effectively tied at the state level when it comes to rent controls. This is an effort to keep people housed within the constraints that are provided for by the HUD funding that they're using. Second, we need to increase the housing stock. We get that. We totally get that. Pretty much every major community nationwide is facing this issue. The city has stepped towards the need for that with inclusionary zoning on the Sunshine Mile, accessory dwelling units, stepped up efforts to secure LIHTC projects in Tucson. We're soliciting public comment for code revisions. Some of that's going to help. It's not going to solve the issue, and no single one of those is going to totally address the issue for housing affordability. But here's the deal. Due to the state law that preempts us, we cannot set controls on how much a landlord jacks up the rent. I can tell you that the Ward 6 office, and I'm sure this is true of every office, every ward office and the mayor's office, every week we hear of rent increases, the effect of which is people losing their homes. And those rent increases bear no rational relation to the investment costs that were made by the property owner. We're seeing a fresh coat of paint, some new carpeting going in, and yet the rents are jacked up 40 or 50%. This is particularly hurting people who are living on fixed or low incomes. Some of the same people who are yelling that the city isn't responding to homelessness are the same ones who are putting people out on the street. So it's not okay to tell somebody that that just because they're getting a helping hand from HUD on their rent, that they're taking them out as a tenant. So with that, I would move that we adopt Ordinance 11959. Income source discrimination should not exist in the city of Tucson.
Second.
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 You want to second it too, Vice Mayor? There is a motion in a few seconds. I think there's time for discussion right now. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Kozaczek, for continuing to push on this very important item. Housing vouchers can be a powerful tool to induce a deconcentration of poverty by allowing families a choice to move to neighborhoods with access to safer streets, better schools, and well-paying jobs. However, we know that the potential housing vouchers can offer families is often undermined by discriminatory practices. Landlords throughout the country refuse to rent homes to people using rental assistance. You can find words such as no Section 8 clearly written on advertisements and apartment rental signs. As a result, many families that receive housing vouchers did not end up successfully using their voucher. And when they do, those choices are limited, oftentimes to neighborhoods with deep concentrations of poverty, underfunded schools, dangerous streets, and low-paying jobs. I support source of income protections as an anti-discrimination policy. And if we pass this ordinance tonight, I strongly urge community members to report discrimination based on source of income to the Office of Equal Opportunity Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any others? Any others? Well, I wanted to add my voice and attach myself to the comments made by Councilmember Kozaczek and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. One of the speakers talked about that our Housing Community Development Department had a horrible track record of processing checks for landlords years back. And at that time, that's one of the reasons why we did not require that landlords not discriminate against housing vouchers. This protection would make it unlawful for landlords or property managers to reject a rental application solely based on the applicant's source of income, including rental assistance, such as housing voucher programs, also known as Section 8, rapid rehousing request, or any other federal, state, or local assistance programs, including vouchers for veterans in our community. I have served on the council for 12 years and as your mayor for the last almost 3. I have heard story after story after story of people that have housing vouchers come to me and tell me they don't accept Section 8. They do not want Section 8. And as one of the landlords that spoke in favor of income source discrimination, housing voucher funds are as good as anyone working at Raytheon making the same amount of money. Right now, we have a housing community development department that is exceeding in how they're processing their checks and their payments to landlords. As a matter of fact, our department director, Liz Morales, has a task force at her department to work with landlords to make sure that the landlords are communicating with our department on any issue that they might have, any concerns that they might have. And that is why I feel comfortable being able to move forward with this particular ordinance so that we can protect community members, including veterans and seniors and people that are disabled and cannot work that need to be housed. We just heard people in our call to the audience be so worried about our unsheltered folk. This type of step forward in the housing affordability strategy for Tucson that Mayor and Council passed last April, and all of the steps that everyone on this table and others have suggested tonight have to be made in conjunction to be able to respond to the housing affordability and unsheltered crisis in this community. This is just one piece of the puzzle, and that's why I will be supporting source of income protection for our community, because our residents, no matter how they pay for their rent, deserve to stay housed. So with that, I am going to ask for a roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance number 11959 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all. Item 10.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, October 5th, 2022, on or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.